Allora, benvenuti tutti alla Villa Falconieri. Purtroppo la sindaca si scusa, ma un improvviso impegno istituzionale al Comune l'ha impedita di venire in tempo, forse ci raggiungerà più tardi o nei giorni seguenti. E tocca dunque a me fare da presentatore di questo convegno e aprire il convegno. Il convegno in realtà è organizzato dal professor Ettore Mazzola, quindi io qui sono un po' un intruso, non solo per il fatto che non sono un architetto, ma anche perché non ne ho le competenze, non conosco anche tutta la grande produzione di ciascuno di voi. Però è mio dovere accogliervi in questa sede come presidente dell'Accademia Vivarium novum. E prima di tutto permettetemi di poter rivolgere un saluto affettuoso e di ringraziamento dal cuore alla signora Irene Krier, che è qui con noi e che ringraziamo per essere venuta. Oggi, stamattina io ho avuto l'onore, il piacere e direi anche l'emozionante esperienza di poter parlare qualche ora con lei e abbiamo ricordato non soltanto la figura di Léon, che sarà ricordata in questo convegno perché è lui una di quelle immagini luminose che ciascuno di noi segue come esempio, ma abbiamo parlato anche di quei principi che legano questa accademia alle idee anche che Léon ha promosso e per le quali si è battuto per tutta una vita. Speriamo che questa sia l'Atlantis che lui aveva sognato. Dunque, qui nel programma io leggo che dovrei parlare della presentazione del campus mondiale dell'umanesimo, perché sapete che questa villa è la prima di una serie di sedi che noi speriamo possano presto essere allestite per creare una costellazione di luoghi nei quali le discipline umanistiche e in generale una visione umanistica della vita possa essere fomentata e promossa. Una visione della vita che noi pensiamo sia straordinariamente necessaria oggi, molto più che in altre epoche, perché in altre epoche il seme dell'umano, quella che proprio da questi colli del Tuscolo Cicerone chiamò Humanitas, e veniva in qualche modo difesa anche inconsciamente e inconsapevolmente da molte forme di tradizione attraverso le quali si preservava ciò che si era ritenuto importante trasmettere di secolo in secolo come una fiaccola, dicevamo stamattina con la signora Krier, come i cursores che vitae lampada tradunt, dice Lucrezio. Ma nell'ultimo secolo, direi, o forse anche un po' di più, perché naturalmente le radici del male che noi andiamo affrontando sono ben più lontane, però sapete che motus in fine velocior, il movimento verso la fine si fa più veloce, quindi abbiamo potuto assistere con maggiore consapevolezza e coscienza in quest'ultimo secolo ad una caduta profonda di qualunque principio che avevamo chiamato nei secoli e nei millenni precedenti principio d'umanità. E come fu sottolineato da Ortega y Gasset e da tanti altri, è cominciata la rivoluzione delle masse. Ora, che cosa vuol dire massa? Perché se massa vuol dire popolo, allora anche noi siamo per la rivoluzione delle masse. Noi tutti vogliamo naturalmente che qualunque espressione dell'umano sia espressione di un popolo, sia espressione dei singoli popoli che compongono il mosaico della umanità e sia espressione di tutti i popoli della terra come un unico corpo dalle membra molteplici. Ma massa, in verità, è un nome che è stato ben scelto perché in latino massa vuol dire un qualcosa di informe al quale dobbiamo imprimere una forma dall'esterno. E allora si parla di massa di pece, per esempio, o di massa di latte fermentato, latte cotto, di ricotta, massa lactis cocti. Si parla della massa di un metallo fuso che il sapiente forgiatore dovrà modellare secondo diverse forme. La parola è molto affine, anzi è la stessa parola che in greco è maza. E maza vuol dire proprio quella massa di acqua e di farina con la quale facciamo le focacce e il pane. Vi ricorderete, alcuni di voi almeno ricorderanno, che Archiloco in uno dei frammenti dice endorimen moi mazame bagmene. Nella lancia è stata modellata la mia focaccia. E allora quest'uomo massa è in realtà un uomo che può essere modellato secondo forme diverse, a seconda di quelle che sono le comodità, gli interessi e anche le scellerate volontà di coloro che ci governano. Vedo qui e saluto il professor Cerroni, che non avevo visto prima, altrimenti avrei ceduto la parola precedentemente. Grazie per essere venuto a nome della sindaca che so che è impedita in questo momento. Grazie. Professor Cerroni è assessore del comune di Frascati ed è professore di filosofia al liceo di Frascati. Dunque quest'uomo massa in realtà rappresenta quella che poi alcuni sociologi e filosofi dell'epoca nostra, come Zygmunt Bauman, hanno chiamato l'uomo liquido, una società liquida, un qualche cosa che noi possiamo manipolare in ogni maniera e in ogni modo. Ma per manipolare bene le masse, cioè gli uomini divenuti questa informe materia che deve prendere le forme che vengono imposte dall'esterno, è necessario che non vi sia più davvero una individualità, cioè una personalità ben definita di ciascuno di noi che sappia resistere alle forze della propaganda, dell'imposizione delle mode, della volontà esterna di sottomettere l'intera massa degli uomini. Ma per distruggere la individualità non c'è altro modo migliore che creare un gregarismo di tipo animale, il quale per paradosso aumenta al massimo le forze dell'individualismo. Non so se mi faccio capire, ma c'è questo stranissimo paradosso, cioè quanto più diminuiscono le forze della personalità individuale, tanto più, in maniera molto simile a ciò che succede negli animali gregari, si aumentano le forze dell'individualismo. Non so se avete mai visto un gregge di pecore, sembrano così unite, e stanno tutte unite, e dove va l'una l'altre vanno, timidette atterrando l'occhio e il muso, e quel che fa la prima e l'altre fanno, appressandosi a lei se la s'arresta, semplice e quiete, e non perché non sanno, dice Dante. Ma appena sorge un pericolo però, quest'unità che sembrava così solida si smembra e ognuno pensa a sé, a fuggire per salvare la propria vita. Lo stesso succede quando vengono stimolati alcuni degli affetti e degli appetiti inferiori, come quello, per esempio, del cibo o quello dell'accoppiamento sessuale. Ognuno pensa a sé ed è ben pronto a recalcitrare o a scontrarsi con gli altri membri del gruppo senza nessuna solidarietà. Perché? Perché esiste un infinito individualismo in una mancanza totale di quella individualità personale che dipende dalla ragione, dalla razionalità e che quindi dipende anche dalla scelta personale di appartenere ad un gruppo qualificato di tipo razionale. Ma questa spersonalizzazione è funzionale anche ad un'altra azione, cioè quella dell'imposizione dell'auctoritas. È una cosa che è successa già anche in altre fasi della nostra storia. lì dove si cerca di spersonalizzare le persone, si impone dall'esterno un'autorità che possa decidere per gli altri. Noi siamo oggi molto assoggettati a questo. Lo splendor nominis, per esempio se diciamo Calatrava, no? Per fare un esempio, sì, a caso, non è che voglio... Ma insomma, per fare un esempio, uno dice Calatrava, allora anche se viene fuori un ammasso di rottami, si pensa che quell'ammasso di rottami sia una grande opera d'arte, perché lo splendor nominis si sostituisce alla razionalità e per paura di doversi opporre a quel nome, no? Ci si sottomette anche a ciò che è contrario all'evidenza razionale e sensibile. Rationis locum tenet auctoritas, aveva detto Petrarca. L'autorità prende il posto della ragione. Ora, riassumendo questa idea della massificazione che noi abbiamo subito a partire dagli inizi del Novecento, noi possiamo analizzare che cosa è successo nelle varie arti. Sapete che cosa dice Cicerone, che cosa scrisse proprio poche centinaia di metri dal luogo dove siamo, scrisse che tutte le arti, que ad humanitatem pertinent, che servono a realizzare pienamente l'uomo, sono quasi cognazione, quasi quadam cognazione inter se continentur, sono quasi apparentate l'una all'altra e sono così legate che non si possono sciogliere. Un altro degli effetti invece di questa massificazione è la separazione di arte da arte, la specializzazione nella quale l'uomo non è più completamente uomo, ma è una funzione di una macchina. È come se fosse una ruota dentata all'interno di una macchina che stritola la sua umanità. Testimone Charlie Chaplin, no? Che in quel bel film su tempi moderni ci fa vedere l'operaio che diventa egli stesso un ingranaggio della macchina alla quale sta lavorando. Ma pensiamo un attimo ad alcune di queste arti, per esempio la musica. Fino alla fine dell'Ottocento, grosso modo, la musica si manifestava in due particolari sue espressioni. Una è la musica popolare, bellissima. Chi è di noi che non ama la musica popolare dei vari paesi e delle varie regioni che compongono il mosaico dell'umanità? La musica popolare è l'espressione del popolo, è l'espressione di quello che i tedeschi chiamano il Volksgeist, ed è dunque un qualche cosa di realmente miracoloso e meraviglioso. Come disse Vico dei poemi omerici, queste musiche sono state per più età e da più mani lavorate e condotte. Queste musiche non sono l'espressione di una persona, ma dell'intero popolo. A fianco a questa musica popolare, che esisteva dappertutto e che manifestava l'identità dei luoghi, c'era poi la musica che trascendeva le singole individualità dei popoli vari che compongono la terra, che popolano la terra, e saliva un po' più in alto verso un mondo delle idee per produrre quella che chiamiamo la musica classica, in un senso più lato di quello che gli specialisti chiamano musica classica, perché io intendo in questo, con questo nome anche la musica antica e la musica barocca, naturalmente. A un certo momento questo binomio assolutamente produttivo e creativo e fecondo, perché poi la musica classica si nutriva della musica popolare e viceversa, no? Quante volte vediamo nella musica classica delle polche o delle tarantelle, che sono delle, idealizzazioni un po' più elevate di una musica popolare. Quindi c'era anche un'osmosi fra le due, uno scambio fra queste due parti di espressione musicale. A un certo momento si dice: ma perché dobbiamo fare in modo che la musica che si sente a Tokyo o a Pechino sia diversa da quella che si sente a Napoli e in Sicilia? E facciamo che la musica è tutta uguale, così facciamo più soldi. Gli uomini naturalmente per questo devono perdere la propria individualità, devono perdere la propria personalità, devono dimenticare la propria storia, devono non sapere da dove vengono, devono non sapere dove sono, devono ignorare dove andranno. Ed ecco che abbiamo uno scatolone di cemento armato con dei buchi come finestre, al quale si affaccia in canottiera l'uomo massa che canta felice e contento la stessa canzone che si potrà sentire a Timbuktu, in un altro palazzone di cemento armato grigio, dal quale si affaccia un altro grosso signore in camicia o in canottiera. Per parlare della scultura e della pittura veramente mi verrebbero le lacrime agli occhi. E qui chiederei a Giuliano di farci vedere uno dei prodotti della scultura, di questa financial art che noi oggi abbiamo. Ecco, questo è un bellissimo monumento che si trova nella piazza antistante la facoltà di lettere dell'Università di Jena. Naturalmente i passanti lo prendono per un luogo di abbandono dell'immondizia, ma questo dipende dalla loro ignoranza, perché non hanno studiato sufficientemente e non conoscono le autorità in materia. Vedete questo connubio impudico fra critici di cosiddetta arte, galleristi che vendono quest'arte e cafoni nuovi ricchi, arricchiti, che ne fanno uno status symbol per poter mostrare trimalcionescamente che loro possono spendere 30 milioni di euro per comprare un rottame, ci ha portato al fatto che noi non abbiamo il coraggio di dire che il re è nudo. Subiamo l'auctoritas, il critico d'arte, il critico dell'architettura, l'università, che ci dice che quello è un monumento pari a quelli di Canova, pari al Davide di Michelangelo, è soltanto un'espressione della nostra modernità. E noi facciamo finta di crederci, perché abbiamo paura di apparire come ignoranti, abbiamo paura di dire «ma a me veramente sembra un ammasso di ferraglia». No, questo non si può dire. Allora stiamo zitti e diciamo sì, certamente, però esprime effettivamente la contorsione dell'uomo moderno all'interno di un mondo che si è fatto meccanico. E così, insomma, ci arrangiamo arrampicandoci sugli specchi. Per quanto riguarda la pittura, questa financial art oramai è diffusissima. Andiamo alla foto successiva. Possiamo vedere la foto successiva, per piacere? Ecco, che vi sembra questo? Un tavolo da ping pong? Non lo so, che cosa sembra a voi? Una finestra chiusa? Che cos'è? Ve lo dico io, è un quadro abbastanza grande, perché prenderebbe quasi tutta questa parete, che è stato battuto all'asta per 30 milioni di euro. Un'offesa a tanta gente che muore di fame, un'offesa ai tanti monumenti che nel mondo e nella nostra Italia sono abbandonati perché non ci sono i soldi per restaurarli, a cominciare da questa villa che fu Villa dei Papi e che sta sulla collina a fianco e che si chiama Villa Mondragone. 30 milioni di euro, comprato in sfregio alla maggior parte degli uomini che non hanno neanche 30 euro al giorno per poter vivere. E questo però si dice che è un grandissimo pezzo di arte. Ma lascio a voi la sentenza. Bene, oggi naturalmente le cose sono peggiori, perché se nei tagli di Fontana o diciamo in altri relitti di altri artisti che inscatolano, diciamo, i loro relitti scatologici, si chiamano così perché si mettono in scatola forse, evidentemente. Bene, di fronte a quelli che perlomeno esprimevano una loro pseudo-idea, adesso c'è l'intelligenza artificiale. L'intelligenza artificiale è il trionfo della mediocrità, perché funziona, come sapete, su base statistica. È la peggior cosa che possa succedere all'umanità, perché l'umanità non progredirà più, vincerà soltanto quello che è il più frequente sulla rete. E oggi noi abbiamo questo, la vittoria della mediocrità insulsa e statistica, non di quella aurea mediocritas, di quella mesotes che diceva Aristotele, ma di questa mediocrità statistica. E dunque l'identità dei luoghi, delle persone, la storia vengono completamente schiacciati, abbandonati. E l'uomo liquido o massa viene trascinato dalla corrente. Sapete cosa significa in greco mimnesco? Mimnesco, che corrisponde al latino reminiscor, vuol dire mi ricordo. Però in realtà è un verbo cosiddetto incoativo, scusate se parlo difficile con queste parole un po' strane, cioè un verbo che indica l'inizio di un'azione. E qual è l'azione? L'azione è quella del verbo mimno, che vuol dire io rimango fermo. Allora ricordare per i greci, e per i romani anche, perché mimn anch'esso è molto vicino al verbo meno, cioè che vuol dire rimango, maneo in latino. Bene, per i greci il ricordare, il mantenere cioè la memoria storica e la memoria individuale significa poter resistere a quello che Patočka, un grande filosofo dell'epoca nostra, chiamò l'uragano del tempo, a questo vento impetuoso che ci trascina e ci porta di qua, di là, di su, di giù, a questo fiume in piena che ci scaraventa verso le cascate e le rapide della nostra morte, a quella moda che, diceva Leopardi, è sorella della morte. Noi possiamo resistere a questa sorella della morte che ci trascina con sé solo se abbiamo la memoria, solo se abbiamo un'identità, soltanto se riusciamo ad avere quella forza dentro di noi che ci fa da diga e da baluardo contro queste potenze che vogliono trascinarci e rapirci con sé. Il problema dunque dell'architettura, del modo di come gli uomini devono vivere nelle loro singole case e nelle case unite insieme per creare una comunità, un cetus iure ordinatus, diceva Cicerone, il problema non è un problema solo di bellezza. Mi perdoneranno alcuni amici che parlano spessissimo di estetica e di città estetiche, ma non si tratta di estetica. Qui il problema è profondamente morale, è un problema etico, di fondamento della natura umana. Qui dobbiamo decidere se vogliamo vivere da burattini o da uomini, cioè se vogliamo essere mossi da fili esterni a noi o, come dice Platone, troviamo nel nostro cuore quell'unica corda d'oro che tirata permette di far cadere tutte le altre e di farci agire liberi sul teatro della vita. Ecco, siamo burattini o siamo uomini? Questo è quello che dobbiamo chiederci. Possiamo andare avanti, per piacere? E allora Platone ci dice che il fatto estetico, la bellezza, e vedete che cosa ci dice Platone? Dopo c'è anche il testo greco, lo vedremo. Dice: la bontà delle parole e l'armonia, il decoro e l'euritmia dovranno tutti accompagnarsi alla bontà dell'animo. Ossia, l'euritmia che noi vediamo esternamente deve essere trasportata nel nostro animo per essere realizzata anche lì. Ciò che noi vediamo armonico fuori di noi deve diventare esempio e modello di un'armonia che dobbiamo creare dentro di noi. Saranno dunque queste le cose che i giovani dovranno perseguire ovunque. Ora di esse è ripiena la pittura e ogni altra arte consimile, e la tessitura e l'ornato e l'architettura. Vedete com'è falso che Platone volesse cancellare le arti dalla sua città ideale. Che in tutti questi, cioè in tutte queste arti sensibili, è insito o decoro o bruttezza, o bellezza o bruttezza. E la bruttezza e l'aritmia e disarmonia è sorella del cattivo parlare e del cattivo carattere, ovvero sia uno che coltiva dentro di sé una certa armonia, un equilibrio, una euritmia interiore. Difficilmente dirà: io vi distruggo tutti, io schiaccerò tutti i popoli della terra, io ammazzerò quelli che non la pensano come me. Difficilmente lo dirà. Difficilmente dirà: io posso distruggere una civiltà di 3000 anni in una notte. Questo sarà difficile, lì dove c'è un'euritmia, un'armonia, una proporzione, un equilibrio delle parti interiori. Mentre le opposte qualità sono sorelle e imitazioni dell'opposto, del carattere saggio e buono. Converrà dunque, guardate come Platone pensa al fatto morale e non al fatto estetico, converrà dunque cercare quegli artisti nobilmente capaci di seguire le tracce della natura, del bello e dell'armonioso, affinché i giovani, quasi abitando in un luogo salubre, ne traggano ogni giovamento, allorché dalle opere belle colpisca loro la vista o l'udito quasi un'aura portatrice di sanità da luoghi sani e li conduca sin da fanciulli, senza che se ne avvedano, a farsi conformi, amici e concordi con la retta ragione. E questa la finalità di quello che vediamo attorno a noi qui. La vera finalità, ce lo dice quel dipinto che sta lì sopra, vedete, dove c'è Venere che nasce dalle acque per armonizzare gli opposti. Lì ci sono l'acqua, l'aria, la terra e il fuoco, c'è l'acqua rappresentata da Nettuno, l'aria rappresentata da Iride, la terra rappresentata da Gea, il fuoco rappresentato da Helios. Ma anche questi elementi contrari e contrapposti trovano un'armonizzazione, un'euritmia, una concordia e una convenienza che è data da Venere, cioè dall'amore, quell'amore che Léon Krier predicava anche nelle ultime interviste. Ecco, vedete, quando queste cose non ci sono, quando queste cose non esistono più, allora ecco che si scatenano le passioni animali. Il secondo testo che vedete qui davanti è un testo di Gregorio di Tours e ve lo riassumo. Che dice di Gregorio di Tours? In Gallia non c'era più educazione alle arti, non c'era più educazione alla letteratura, non c'era più educazione alla filosofia, non c'era più nessuno che sapesse scrivere veramente che cosa succedeva attorno a sé. E allora nacque una serie di fatti maledetti. Vedete? Feritas gentium deseviebat. La ferocia dei popoli si scatenava. Vedete? E il furore dei re si acuiva. Regum furor acuebatur. E tutto veniva distrutto, le chiese che venivano denudate, spogliate dai perfidi, e non si poteva trovare nessuno che fosse in grado, con la sua cultura, di dare un ordine a ciò che stava succedendo e neanche di raccontarlo ai posteri. E allora la gente piangeva, vedete, ingemescebant sepius plerique, gemevano moltissimi e dicevano: guai ai nostri giorni, perché è finito lo studio delle lettere, se ne è scomparso. E allora ecco che ci sono questi fatti maledetti. Noi oggi ogni momento sentiamo questi fatti maledetti, ogni momento sentiamo che sono stati uccisi 10.000 persone, 20.000 persone, 70.000 persone innocenti, o non innocenti, ma che sono state uccise senza un dignitoso processo, un giudizio onesto e imparziale, ma così, sulla base semplicemente del più forte, di colui che è più forte. Perché lì dove noi permettiamo all'auctoritas di decidere per noi che cosa è giusto e cosa è ingiusto, lì dove non guardiamo più se le cose sono al loro posto, perché che cosa accomuna la giustizia, la verità con la bellezza? Questa stessa frase che possiamo pronunziare per l'una e per l'altra: dare unicuique suum, dare a ciascuno quello che è suo, mettere ogni cosa al suo posto, apodidonai to prosecone casto. È questo che accomuna la bellezza e la giustizia, la bellezza e la verità. Ed è per questo che Platone può dire che la bellezza non è altro che la giustizia visibile. E il nostro Ficino deve dire che unum ipsum atque bonum cuius splendores pulcritudo. L'uno e il bene sono la stessa cosa e la bellezza è lo splendore del bene. La bellezza non è altro che l'ordine razionale delle forme molteplici, così come la giustizia è l'ordine razionale di quello che nel mondo delle idee è il giusto. La bellezza è una, è eterna, non sono i molti corpi mutabili e trasformabili, ma è una ed eterna, e come un'ombra da lì si sviluppano tutte le bellezze che abbiamo nel mondo. Il nostro compito è ancora di produrne, è ancora di aprire queste finestre sull'iperuranio, così che gli uomini dalla molteplicità delle bellezze sensibili riescano a salire a quella unica bellezza razionale dalla quale tutte le altre piovono. E soltanto così possiamo avere una ragione che ci guidi e non gli affetti scomposti. La ragione è come l'angolo retto. Una volta che abbiamo l'angolo retto, possiamo calcolare anche l'ampiezza degli altri angoli. Ma se non abbiamo l'angolo retto, ogni angolo non sappiamo quanto misuri e non sappiamo se è da prendersi in considerazione o no. E qual è il criterio allora per stabilire se quest'angolo è abbastanza ampio o no? Solo la forza bruta, la forza degli animali. E noi non vogliamo perdere la nostra umanità in questo modo. Ma c'è un altro problema che il nostro Ficino ci propone. Vedete, quando parliamo di bellezza, anche oggi, anche nell'ambito del movimento dell'architettura classica, si fa molto riferimento alla divina proporzione, alla proporzione armonica, quella che Luca Pacioli sulla quale ha molto riflettuto, una specie di proporzione matematica, una proporzione matematica realmente, che si dice che produce bellezze come questa di Leon Battista Alberti. Ma in realtà non è sufficiente avere la proporzione armonica, perché vedete, anche questo è basato sulla proporzione armonica e noi ci accorgiamo che non è armonico. Sulla divina proporzione, ma non è né divino né proporzionato. E perché? Perché, nonostante il fatto che Le Corbusier si voleva rifare al Nautilus e agli altri elementi nella natura in cui riconosciamo quella proporzione, poi il nostro occhio, la nostra anima, non riesce a vedere la stessa armonia che c'è nelle galassie o nella conchiglia del Nautilus, anche in quell'uomo sproporzionato che non è certo l'uomo di Leonardo o l'uomo vitruviano. Ecco, Ficino ci riflette e dice: vedete, questo non so se è uguale alla chiesa che abbiamo visto prima di Firenze, se voi riscontrate la stessa armonia me lo venite a spiegare, perché io non sono in grado di comprenderlo, sono un po' ottuso, insomma, ma non riesco a vedere la stessa armonia, anche se il principio matematico che è stato adoperato forse è lo stesso. Bene, questo passo di Ficino è abbastanza lungo. Ficino dice che in realtà noi abbiamo innato il senso della bellezza dentro di noi, ma quello che dirà successivamente, voi se volete potete leggerlo, ma non voglio togliervi più tempo, è che non basta la proporzione matematica, c'è bisogno della grazia. La grazia che è qualcosa proprio di spirituale, che viene dall'alto. Questa grazia deve essere percepita, ciascuno di noi nella propria mente ne ha una precisa idea e non è un'idea singolare di ciascuno, ma è un'idea collettiva dell'umanità. Questa grazia, infatti, dice Ficino nel linguaggio che è a lui proprio, sacerdote cattolico di Firenze, ma anche platonico, questa grazia dice discende direttamente da Dio, prima negli intermediari, cioè negli angeli, nelle creature intermedie, e poi dagli angeli viene nell'anima umana. E l'anima umana, avendo percepito questa grazia che è armonia, convenienza, proporzione, che è bellezza, suprema, splendore della bellezza suprema, una volta concepita questa grazia dentro di sé, l'anima umana sia la riconosce nelle cose esteriori, non c'è praticamente nessuna persona razionale che possa dire che il David di Michelangelo sia brutto, difficile, molto difficile da poter dire, ma la crea anche nelle figure e nei suoni sensibili che sono fuori di noi. Ecco, ma questo significa che noi dobbiamo fare sempre delle cose di straordinaria bellezza, fatte per una magnificenza ed uno sfarzo? Questo che vi faccio vedere è una confidenza familiare, perché il cugino di mio nonno fu il rifondatore del Banco di Napoli, fu anche il presidente della società delle case popolari. E allora fece questo quartiere che si chiama Rione Miraglia, che sta a Napoli, che era un quartiere di case popolari, di persone molto povere o in difficoltà economiche che ricevevano queste case gratuitamente dal comune. Questo è l'ingresso. Questo da dietro che vedete è l'alzato degli edifici. Mi dispiace che non ho trovato belle fotografie. Queste sono le case. Il quartiere si trovava in un ambiente come questo all'epoca, non era circondato da orrori come adesso è. Ed è quello lì a destra che vedete con gli alberi che vengono fuori. Bene, dopo pochi anni, dopo nemmeno 30 anni, le case popolari hanno questa forma. Queste sono le case popolari degli anni 60. Hanno questa forma che è ben diversa da quella che abbiamo visto precedentemente. Ma l'esperimento del cugino di mio nonno non era solo... Vabbè, queste sono altre case popolari, molto belle. Dice l'architetto, che è molto famoso e di cui è meglio non fare il nome, che lui ha voluto riprodurre lo spirito del popolo napoletano ridando alla sua gente il vicolo. Dovete sapere che attorno non c'è niente, c'è solo campagna. Quindi questo disgraziato avrebbe potuto permettere a queste persone di vivere di sole, di luce, di verde, di apertura, far giocare i bambini nei campi. No, ha voluto rifare il vicolo napoletano. Naturalmente questo è uno dei posti più criminogeni che ci sono a Napoli. Si chiama il Bronx, lo chiamano così per analogia col Bronx di New York. Questo è un altro esperimento, un esperimento ancora precedente a quello del cugino di mio nonno, del 1914, il rione Duca d'Aosta. Ci vollero 20 anni per costruirlo, ma sono case popolari. 1914-1934. Fu completato nel 1934. 1167 abitanti, 3550 vani, dati gratuitamente alla popolazione povera di Napoli. Ma così si faceva vivere la gente, con dignità. Questo è il mio palazzo dove io ho vissuto da ragazzo. Io non so se c'è veramente una grandissima differenza fra questo... Che succede qui? Devo tornare indietro così. Fra questo dove ho vissuto io, che certo ha una certa magnificenza, ma anche questi la hanno. Se c'è una differenza, c'è una piccola differenza, ma non un'enorme differenza. Non c'è la differenza come con questo. Si conserva la dignità dell'uomo. Noi non dobbiamo arrivare all'epoca di Nerone, dove Nerone si fa la domus aurea e dice adesso finalmente vivo da uomo. Tutti devono vivere da uomini, tutti devono avere la dignità umana. Ed ecco qui, in questa zona, proprio vicinissimo a dove siamo, sotto la Villa al Mondragone che voi vedete da questa finestra, c'è il barco borghese dove vivevano i contadini. Questo è l'ingresso del barco. Queste sono le case nelle quali vivevano. Questa è una delle case dei contadini, con una sua dignità, con una sua bellezza, con una sua armonia. Questa è un'altra delle case dei contadini. E questa è la vista dal barco della casa papale, della villa papale di Mondragone, dove ha vissuto Gregorio XIII, Paolo V Borghese ed altri papi. Adesso queste sono le case popolari di questa zona. Vedete che crollo morale, che crollo nella dignità dell'uomo, nell'osservazione della dignità degli individui. Ecco, questa era la campagna romana dell'Ottocento. Vedete dei relitti dell'antica Roma, delle altre costruzioni più recenti che a mano si erano costruite, ma tutte armonicamente disposte in questi spazi. C'erano moltissimi di questi casali, che sono bellissimi, nei quali vivevano i contadini. Questo è il grande casale di Roma, nei quali vivevano i contadini, e probabilmente le avevano costruite loro stesse queste case, senza bisogno di grandi teorie architettoniche, ma creando una proporzione, un'armonia, una bellezza. Questo era ancora la zona di Tor Bella Monaca, ancora alla fine degli anni 70. Adesso questo stesso posto è così. Vi rendete conto di quanta spersonalizzazione, di quanta immoralità sia stata seguita? Dunque, noi dobbiamo seguire, dobbiamo seguire questa idea per tutti gli uomini, anche per l'ultima casa di campagna. Bisogna che sia viva questa capacità di dare identità, questa capacità di dare personalità. Jonathan Weatherill ha disegnato un intero paese vicino a Milano, che si chiama Rozzano, proprio ridando questa identità alla gente che lì abitava in dei palazzoni informi. E vedete cosa dice Sinesio. Poi dopo possiamo dare splendore ai luoghi comuni nei quali noi ci rivediamo, ci incontriamo, ci riconosciamo. Le piazze, i ginnasi, i portici. E non dobbiamo fare in modo, come è scritto invece nell'altra opera, in una lettera di Sinesio, che l'unico elemento che rimanga di questo sacrificio che si è fatto della cultura sia una pelle rinsecchita dell'animale ammazzato. Questo è quello che lui dice arrivando ad Atene. Non c'è più niente. L'amore della sapienza è spento. Rimangono solamente delle mura, senza anima. E l'unica cosa che possiamo fare per ricordare la filosofia qui non è riviverla, non è sentirla nelle nostre vene, nelle nostre ossa, ma è semplicemente andarcene in giro ad ammirare l'Accademia, il liceo e il portico dipinto. Ma un barbaro, come succede anche oggi, ha deciso che non doveva essere più dipinto e ha tolto le tavole di Polignoto che lo ornavano, lasciando lo spoglio lì, questo corridoio senza più significato. Petrarca arriva a Roma e dice: io mi accorgo che i romani non hanno consapevolezza di chi sono, di qual è la loro storia, da dove vengono, e allora la virtù loro è morta e il furore prevale. Prevale il furore, e dirà in un altro luogo, vedete? In un altro luogo dirà, vedete, lì sopra dice: non è dubbio che la popolazione romana potrà subito risollevarsi se comincerà a conoscersi, a fare uno gnosis auton, conosci te stesso. E in una epistola metrica dice: se non ci solleviamo con grande sforzo, è finita. E allora anche noi, attraverso questo movimento collettivo, che non è soltanto quello dell'architettura, ma è quello dell'arte, è quello della filosofia, è quello della letteratura, è quello della formazione dei giovani, è quello della comunità di tutti i popoli della terra, è quello della storia, è quello del pensiero, è quello della musica, è quello di tutte le muse che, tenendosi insieme per le mani, danzano in cerchio. Bene, noi, riprendendo questo grande movimento e non ascoltando, non avendo paura delle critiche di coloro che ci chiameranno passatisti o anacronisti o fuori moda o incapaci di comprendere il progresso dell'umanità, noi faremo una rivoluzione, che in latino vuol dire un ritorno al punto di partenza, vuol dire rigirarsi come le orbite planetarie per poter riprendere dal punto di partenza quei principi che sono stati abbandonati. Ed ecco appunto, ingenti nisunis surgimus actum est, virtù contra furore prenderà l'arme e fiel combatter corto, perché l'antico valor negli italici cor non è ancor morto. Grazie. Non so se l'assessore Cerroni è ancora con noi o è andato via, purtroppo forse ho preso troppo tempo, scusatemi che trascinato dalla foga del discorso non mi sono saputo trattenere. Grazie, lascio la parola ad Ettore che può guidare un po'. Adesso c'è Irene.
Sì, dovrebbe Jonathan fare da moderatore. In ogni modo, thank you Luigi for this speech. And you started saying that you are not an architect, probably you don't have the preparation to talk about architecture, but today what we know is that architects need to listen the other to learn what they apparently don't understand. And so I'd like to introduce Irene Krier for her speech, and I want to echo what Luigi said. Thank you for being with us. Last year, when we planned the second edition of this conference, we planned to have Leon making the speech for the introduction, and unfortunately he canceled his presence at the very last minute since his conditions were getting worse. So I'm extremely grateful to Irene to be here. Thank you.
Well, I'm grateful to be here too. I discovered at 2:45 a.m. on Saturday, my email from Alessandra had gotten to junk mail in January and then in February. But I think it's not chance. I think there was some intervention that it got just 4 days before, so it could be arranged that I'd be here. I was thinking a lot about the event, the Vivarium Novum, because exactly was then when we had Leon was diagnosed, and we found out that completely out of the blue he was terminally ill, and there was nothing to do. Anyway, I'm here to keep Leon's commitment and to give my support to this very important initiative that got so many of Leon's collaborators and friends. And the task that Luigi Miraglia and his entire movement have undertaken to rescue what is, in fact, the eternal human essentials through the discovery of the classics that prove that they were already 3,000, 4,000 years ago already thinking about the same things. And that goes hand in hand with Leon's defense of the traditional urbanism and architecture. As Luigi was saying, it's the full ensemble that counts. And in his interest in the built habitat and Leon's decisive influence in countering what seemed to be the irrevocable destruction and deterioration of our human built habitat, that has been extensively evoked by everybody, and his principal thesis and principles are going to be exposed in the conference too. So, by many of his longtime collaborators and friends. I can maybe tell you one more personal story about how Leon changed my life, as he did to many other people. I was 21 years old, and I was in Mallorca, in the old airport, which was very small. People would come out of the plane by foot into the hall, and I was with a committee of the College of Architects that was having Leon and Massimo Scolari for a conference. And there I was invited by my then boyfriend, who was in charge of culture for the college. And then Leon, the first words to me were, he was shaking my hand and said, "Are you married to him?" I was like, "No, I'm Leon," or whatever, "How are you?" No, "Are you married to him?" So anyway, that was what he always said. His the most important inalienable right to love at first sight without any explanation, any justification. Nobody can impose what you love or not love. And that the biggest grace is not to be loved, but to be able to love. That's what he always really thanked for somehow. And that's what he, I think, did in his whole life. He loved his job, he loved his friends, he loved what he was doing. He thought it was the best profession on earth, the thing of being able to create beauty. And because what Luigi was saying, beauty and good is equal. I mean, I think in my student days, I heard Umberto Eco, of all people, saying, nulla estetica senza etica, which is absolutely true. I mean, and I think that in a way it's also the species' survival instinct, because beauty and goodness equivalent to order and balance and harmony, and that's the safest environment. That is actually preserving our safety if we are in a stable and orderly and beneficial environment. In any case, I'm very interested in this conference and in the younger new names for me that are popping up in the program, and I'm very much looking forward to meet them and hear about their discoveries. I welcome to know more about also the neuroscience research, the input on backing our instinctive feeling that, you know, this is what it's the essential element of our humanity, and the special emphasis in the alternative summer schools movement, because our best hope nowadays is really to try to cater to the younger. Those are the ones that have the future, in our future, in their hands. And the special also fusion of architecture and craftsmanship, because they're inseparable. And especially in our time when Luigi said it to me this morning, and I couldn't put it better. He was saying that especially with the AI, the danger, I mean, it's an incredible danger that the machines learn and become like humans, but the worst danger is that we humans become like machines because we stop to learn by ourselves. I'm 71 years old. I was born in 1954, so my basic experience of the world was a sensible one through my 5 senses: taste, smell, tact, hearing, sight. And I feel sometimes like the last Mohican when I'm with children, because they just, you know, push buttons. They don't know how to do anything. And I think that we have been the Marx axiom that we have been alienated for the medium of production, but now is that they have destroyed the medium of production. There is no more machines are doing things. We don't do them anymore. And our experience in the Foundation in Spain of the Driehaus Prize became the Manzano Prize, and then now we are the Fundación for las Culturas Constructivas Tradicionales. And we have different activities, summer schools, the Architectural Prize, Artisans Prize, and that has a grant for artisans. And the main problem is that because the artisans quarrel with the masters, the young people have been educated into just looking through the internet, learn how to do, and then they think they know how to do it, and they know better than you. But the big problem with craftsmanship is that it's also a physical training. You need years of actually doing it until you control the gest, you control the strength, you are able to actually produce that beautiful object. And the biggest disaster of the evolution in the work is that before the artist, it used to be value the end object, and that was what would give you your next sort of appreciation, and the next job would be paid in reference to what you had done. Now it's all about hourly rate. So you need to produce as much as you can, and the final object doesn't count. It's serial product anyway. So that is why it's so important to go back to hands-on work, and how the architects have also very, very important to draw. I mean, I think Léon always tells about how he learned about architecture from looking at things and then going back and drawing them by memory to learn what he had actually absorbed, and then kind of inevitably becomes your own. So the whole thing about imitation is stupid, of this thing that now every architect is an original artist that comes from Mars, I don't know. In any case, I think that we are a resistant movement, and that we are standing for the inalienable existential right to freedom, for the freedom to like or dislike, to love and cherish what we are spontaneously attracted to, and to, I think it seems like at times a desperate fight, seeing how the world's trajectory seems to get more and more violent and cruel and depraved, and we cannot ignore that. I mean, that is actually something that has to be present, and we have to be constantly demonstrating that, at least for what concerns us personally, we are going to oppose to that, to do what we can do best, and to transfer it to the others. And so I'm very happy here to hear that there will be, how Luigi said it in Latin. I wanted to know the words, but I haven't had time to transfer the torch, like in the ancient Olympic Games. I think this is part of transmitting the torch to the next generations, and I hope that everybody comes out of it having learned and enjoyed each other's company. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Irene, for this, and thank you for being with us. It's an honor for us to have your presence here. With that, we will begin immediately the first session of this conference. We will have 2 interventions, and then I'll let you have a break for coffee. The first session is entitled The Legacy of Léon Krier. So we will have friends and colleagues of Léon talk about their memories of him and his influence on them. And also Ettore will talk about the summer school we just completed here in Frascati. And I'd like to invite, first of all, Lucien. Lucien Steil is an old friend I've known for 30 years, since we were both prize winners in an important competition in London. Lucien is a wonderful architect, colleague of Notre Dame, based in South Bend, who has taught at the Prince of Wales Institute, Miami, Viseu School in Portugal. He's a wonderful artist as well as architect. I don't want to just read his bio, but here you are, Lucien.
Okay,
thank you.
So much. Thank you. Thank you. Is that the mic? Okay, I think I have. All right. So sorry, after this very memories of stage, I have to go through that, and I have to read my own words here. And so I know Léon Krier for many years, centuries and mythical spans of time, and it seems surreal to me that he's no longer with us in terms of statistical evidence. But wait, he's with us here today and forever. Like the antique heroes which have been granted an eternal life, And I feel him every minute of my life, and I know a lot of my friends who have the same experience. And time really does not exist, not for heroes at least. Rather than the linear and mechanical time, one may prefer to think about a time-space continuum, a time concept with both antique patina and modern resonance. Augustine of Hippo offers another fascinating understanding of time, both oriental and poetical in nature, a time concept shared by many poets and philosophers, as well as discussed by neuropsychologists. What counts above all, however, is not the existential time concern, but what you have made with your life, the legacy of goodness and love you have left, the beauty of your work, the generosity of your dedication, the courage and persistence of your engagement, the sincerity of your faith and the integrity of your beliefs and actions. In her book, Le jeu de l'éternel et de l'éphémère, Nelly Denley writes that according to St. Augustine of Hippo, there are three times: the present of past things, the present of present things, and the present of future things. And then you see paintings by Léon. This is paintings he did with his friends over summer, and there are many others to come. Léon Krier, I mean, actually, the title, this is not right. It's The Hero with Thousand Faces. It's a fantastic book by Joseph Campbell, and you should read it. He's a philosopher, an ethnologue, American, and he wrote this fantastic book where and I would say Léon met all the highest standards of the classical good life, empathy and compassion, and kept the fire of passion alight until the end. I once asked Léon, why have you remained friends with Ram Koolhaas? And he responded, because we both believed that architecture can make a difference in the world. So I think despite of this contrarian and difficult and opposing views, just kind of acknowledging that passion and love, sometimes it's not a style issue, so they can, bring people together even if they maybe don't have different faiths and different ideologies. Léon Krier for sure has made an incredible difference in the world. He has marked many of us with an indelible mark of timeless inspiration and timely determination to make this world a better place. Thank you all for being here to commemorate a hero. The title is A Hero with Thousand Faces. So this is the kind of itinerary, and so you can look at this more in detail, but I think there are a number of things which kind of ring a bell for me, like the meeting the goddess, maybe Irene, that was you, and then fighting the monster, I'm sure that was Le Corbusier, and then at some point atonement with the father. I think, there's like you will see at the end of my lecture what I kind of think about that. I feel extremely humbled to speak today at these events in Frascati in honor of Léon Krier. Many scholars and many of my colleagues and friends have commented brilliantly and comprehensively and much better than me on Léon Krier's life, work, and highlighted his relevance with much evidence and truth. I don't apologize, I must say, bringing in autobiographical references. I needed to do this, I guess, talking more personally about Léon Krier's legacy and highlight the importance of feeling by honoring and understanding him in a way I deeply experienced through myself, mindfully and always fascinated. This is often what marks great friendships. Through others, we become ourselves, as magnificently stated by Lev Vygotsky. Modern neuroscience suggests that our loved ones become a part of our sense of self at the neural level. This is from AI, my apologies. Every day is a journey, and the journey itself is a quote by Matsuo Basho. It's a wonderful book I got from my good friend Samantha Swang, I don't know if she remembers that, which is a number of haikus from a famous Japanese author, poet. Doesn't this wonderful quote by itinerant poet Matsuo Basho not beautifully, highlight the essence of creative life, or also the good life, or a life of virtue and wisdom. One may also like to remember Albert Camus, who wrote, "Real generosity to the future lies in giving all to the present." Léon Krier, an exilé, expatriate, and traveler, had this intensity of presentness, and his journeys bridged many universes and times, revealing splendid homes in the generosity of his projects in many parts of the world. And ultimately, maybe all his invisible cities, like Marco Polo's ones, were iterations or capricci of an imaginary Luxembourg. Léon's Venice, or Rome, or Palma de Mallorca. His cherished hometown sacrificed in the single generation to the illusions and delusions of modernism. Cayala, Léon, a photo by Maria Sanchez in Cayala, this magnificent project, still under iteration. One of the last photos Léon sent to me, and Irene told me that she took these photos in Luxembourg, and this beautiful street in the countryside, you know, magnificent country in the winter with frost on the trees, and it makes me think about Schubert, you know, like a winter Reise or something. You know, I can really see music with this. Léon cleared my mind. So Léon cleared my mind. So as I said, Léon, he's present with me, and I can't just find a closure, and I'm not unhappy about it, because at some point I feel him so much alive that I don't need to close on it. You know, I can't just keep it open, and I have a dialogue and kind of really feel. And I feel it in my own work. I feel it in my thinking, and I'm completely and always inspired by him. This is how I remember him. Always this warm smile. This is with my daughter in Rome in 2008. This warm smile and gentleness in his attention to the present and people and friends and students and the world, notwithstanding his pessimism. I'm thinking here of Jean Giono, who wrote, "The most important is to remain a joyful pessimist." Léon shared with all of us much joy, love and hope, not pessimism. All of his work is a celebration of optimism. I would say a celebration of love. And I remember his laughter. He had an immense appetite of life, which he filled with beauty and genius. He once told me, very laughingly, with very good humor, the closer we get to the end, the more we enjoy life. This is my first serendipitous encounter with Léon Krier. The journey starts here. I was ready to give up my architecture studies in the derelict École Nationale Supérieure des Beaux-Arts in Paris. Paradoxically, it was this encounter with an architect who famously claimed that he was an architect because he did not build, which convinced me to hold on and pursue architecture. Léon would tell me later that I should have dropped out and travel instead. I didn't drop out because I did not know at that time where I would fall. La Cité radieuse, you know, it's not La Cité radieuse, it's like Villette, one of the first projects really discovered, and I was fascinated. I'm still fascinated about it. The project of La Villette was much published and discussed. One of the Beaux-Arts graphics professors published a lavish portfolio with Léon's stunning drawings. Robert Léon Krier were quite famous and invited to lecture in Paris quite often. So my school lacked both vision and pedagogy. Most students attended the wealth of lectures by international architects throughout the year, as well as reading the many excellent magazines and journals available. I noticed that often with my students who have access to good education, they don't read and they don't go to the lectures, which is kind of shocking. Unlike today, bookshops still had a well-furnished architecture and art section until, I would say, the beginning of the 21st century. You could find in every decent library a big section of architecture books, and today you go and you find nothing. They were always crammed with students, academics, but also ordinary citizens. Architecture was still an integral part of a popular culture. It was not a specialized culture. As has been mentioned by the craftsmen, it was a general, shared, understood culture. One serendipitous afternoon, my studio professor, Edoardo Gaggiani, gave a comprehensive lecture on razionalismo ante tendenza. Aldo Rossi, Giorgio Grassi, Massimo Scolari, Arduino Cantafora, Bruno Menardi, Bruno Reichling, Fabio Reinhardt, above all, Robert Léon Krier. A lot of these names are now forgotten, students don't know about them, and they were famous, groundbreaking people who just prepared what we are talking about here today, which are, it's really the basis, the foundation of this movement we are part of. This was my moment of epiphany. So I loved Baudrillard, the whole Earth catalogue, Woodstock, Bernard Rudowski, and Lucien Kroll. I felt at home in architecture for the first time. The Luxembourg project. I left Paris to attend Léon's lecture in Luxembourg. The rooms were packed with a surprised but supportive audience. Jean-Pierre Coltz, a most respected historian of Luxembourg, exclaimed at the end, "Du choc des idées naît la lumière." Du choc des idées naît la lumière, I can translate, so it's like from the shock of light, the ideas come about ideas. I wrote to Léon a long letter. I think I wrote 3 or 4 pages, I think. And 1 week later, I got an answer. Léon was very famous. I got an answer, 3 pages. And he invited me to London. And this is like stories happened. And I always tell students, when you know somebody, it doesn't matter whether he's famous or not. If you're interested in him, reach out to him. And you will be surprised. If people are serious, and not only about their fame, but if they are serious about what they do, they will get in touch with you. They will help you. And you will find a mentor. Yeah, from the clash of ideas, light is born. Léon Krier's counter-project to the unpopular Roger Taillibert project for the European Parliament building was well received and applauded. It ultimately led to the rejection of the official proposal and to its replacement by a mediocre alternative, unfortunately. It did not impact, however, the planning visions and methods concerning the urban development of the European quarters in Luxembourg. I wrote an enthusiastic letter to Léon. He told me that he had sent out 250 elegant project folders and that I was the only one who kind of sent him a serious feedback. And I was just a student. I'm in disbelief until today that no other architect in Luxembourg has stepped out to follow Léon Krier's principles and ideals for the reconstruction of the European city since that project. I'm the only Luxembourg architect who followed Léon, and nobody. It's absolutely a cultural architecture desert. And to the great pain of Léon, that there was this kind of lag of... And the only one I was able to find and had an associate with was Irishman Colin Mulhern. And he came to Luxembourg specifically to work with Léon, but Léon was not in Luxembourg anymore, so he worked with me. So I was like a second choice to work with. Yeah, so Luxembourg, Léon, these are pictures from Léon's collection. He has a magnificent collection. He loved he loved Luxembourg above all, and he always kind of really idealized it and had a lot of passion about it. And it's true, what he said, it was a perfect city. It survived World War II. It survived World War I. It survived the destruction by Louis XIV in the 17th century and was rebuilt. It was completely demolished and rebuilt traditionally in 5 years by French engineers and Italian masons. It's a beautiful city. It was only after 1958, which was the international exhibition in Brussels, and my grandfather went to this exhibition. Brussels is about 200 kilometers from Luxembourg. He went by bike to see the exhibition where you started to see all the kind of crap of modernism started to come and was exhibited, and we know that exhibitions can have this really negative but also positive effect. But in Luxembourg it has a very negative effect because afterwards people started bringing in zoning, demolishing, starting getting obsessed with this kind of idea of a faceless modernism. The pictures of the previous page provide from Leo's collection of Luxembourg paraphernalia. He maintained an unwavering interest and love for Luxembourg. He once told me both for us were Luxembourgian patriots, people who still care for their homeland, not as homeland security and chauvinist fanatics, but as citizens with a romantic integrity and a poetic sense of amor patria. The pictures on the following page display the resilience of beauty despite of the relentless attack by mediocrity and ugliness in the last decades. The tipping point may be reached, however, with the intensification of ruthless development and inconsiderate and brutal mediocrity, if not the sheer ugliness of Luxembourg's contemporary architecture. But this is still, when you go to Luxembourg, this is still what you can see. And I think in some way what is very symptomatic for the, I think, cultural crisis, that when you go to Luxembourg and you find it's a beautiful, there are beautiful places like that, you cannot find a single decent postcard. What you can see, you find postcards with the worst stuff of the European quarters, but not of the beautiful historical places which are so inspiring. And this is the official project. That was the official project of the government with French architect Taillibert, and they called it the Crow. The Luxembourg called it Crow. There was a citizen initiative, and they welcomed actually Léon's project. And you have this wonderful drawings where Léon shows these comparisons. That's the project, and that's the existing city. So just kind of these very simple diagrams. I want to really mention, so I talked about the hero, but also Léon had a really, really tough time in Luxembourg. He was not welcomed, he didn't get great opportunities, and I think he got one project with his brother Rob, which I think was a trap, which Rob finished, concluded to end, and he was getting so much negative feedback, and they made it so difficult for him to successfully complete the project. And I think Léon was clever enough to step out, because I think the project was not really going well. So, and I thought that, you know, this is a quote by a famous German, fantastic German author, Bertolt Brecht. Such a lot is won when a single man gets to his feet and says no. So Léon's magnificent master plan for the European quarters. Léon's Luxembourg project had a terrific impact on my life and my studies. It changed both. My misery as an architecture student in an academy which discussed architecture as a complicated mental construct or a form of social engineering or sociological participatory adventure or experiment was dire. The rejection of the embodied wisdom and soul of popular and traditional architecture, both classical and vernacular, was shocking. Preferring the blind gaze into a future without a purpose was senseless. Even without having much knowledge of Léon's theory at the time, I immediately and intuitively grasped the relevance of his work, which sunk in easily as an incontestable evidence. Each of the drawings and trendings were resuscitating antique intuitions and forgotten images, as well as memories of a possible future, but above all created the emotion of familiar places, of conviviality and urban happiness, the città felice, the good government and the good life. Léon's presentation of his Luxembourg project left me breathless and speechless for days. Sincerely, I mean, that's not an exaggeration. I thought to myself, will one life be enough to assimilate all this beauty, expertise, and design intelligence? how come so much genius emerged from my little home country? The homeland of Father Hesburgh family. Father Hesburgh was the famous president of the University of Notre Dame. Edward Steil, a famous photographer, photographed Marilyn Monroe. Robert Schumann, who is one of the founder of the European, one of the great creative ideal. Guillaume Kroll, who is a Nobel Prize, who had to leave Luxembourg because his invention was not kind of supported, so he went to the United States and actually was getting support and got the Nobel Prize. The drawings by Léon, rendered by Maurice Culot's Archives d'Architecture Moderne students, with their Van color pencil, is so impressive. Look at the subtle lighting effect and atmosphere quality. Equal or superior to the digital acrobatics and Photoshop tricks of contemporary rendering athletes, it engages with emotion and subtlety in the poetry of time and place. Here too admire the warm colors and might also boast the familiarity and modernity of this analog city. Luxembourg reimagined, or better, reinvented within the magnificence of its own identity. So this is not revivalism, it's a kind of really reliving, a revived, a revitalized tradition. Tradition is not a stagnation. It's an evolutionary, it's a selective wisdom. Mir willen blijven mijn zin. Irene, by now you're Luxembourg, you must know what that means. We want to stay what we are. Which some people make fun of that. They say, oh, Luxembourg, it's like this small, little, petit bourgeois country, and they want to stay what they are, and they are just nothing. But we want to stay we are is a fierce claim of independence after two brutal German invasions and occupations and centuries of foreign oppression. So Luxembourg's able, despite of that, run over by foreign powers and neighbors who were much stronger to survive and to flourish. Let me go back. So can I go back? Yeah, and so it leads me to, you know, to Tancredo, who writes, who says in Leopardo, The Leopard by Tommaso Lampedusa, if you want to stay what you are, you have to change. Both claims are not contradictory, as Buddhists know well, because organic change is a condition of continuity and permanence. Interestingly, also Mathieu Hénard, he's a French-German writer, states in his magnificent novel, Compass, identity occurs when the self encounters the other. I want to just shortly mention also, talking about Léon Krier, I really like to give an homage to Maurice Culot. And I think in the cycle of the hero development, I think Maurice became a mentor, a very important mentor of Léon. He actually was, I think, pushing, because Léon, in his early projects, he was still kind of very attracted and in the Corbu and modernism. And Maurice pushed Léon really to embrace the craftsmanship, the artisanal European tradition. So their encounter was another kind of shock, you know, of really great minds who kind of started to really develop this great vision of the resistance, anti-industrial resistance, and reconstruction of the European city. And you see like publications here by Maurice Culot, where the craftsman, you see the craftsman rebuilding the city with slope-bearing, masonry, and traditional typologies. Léon Krier pointedly stresses that the best criticism is a project, and I have found much truth to this in life, practice, and teaching. Counter-projects are indeed both didactical and poetical tools to think out of the box, break down rigid ideological administrative hurdles of design visions, understand the potential of place through design process, and to propose better ways of building on our fragile and threatened planet. Counter-projects are educating our memory and imagination and inspire change which supports the culture of places and people, rather than disrupting the equilibrium of the natural metabolism of town and countryside. So Maurice Collot, again, you know, absolutely fascinating person. Yeah, I see him as a Nouvelle Vague architect, you know, very charismatic, firebrands, provocative. And here, a special issue by AAM on counter projects. I know I'm time. Am I okay? I think Luigi took all the time. You know, I'm kind of competing with Luigi now. You know, I'm thinking. Yeah. No, I'm wrapping it up. You know, so I sent my own early sketches to Léon, and after a while, I got this letter. Next picture, with this master plan sketch, which I followed for my thesis project. Léon has remained my mentor since then. I always ask myself, until today, when I design, what would Léon think of this? And I typically sent him all my projects for corrections, including the ones I did in collaboration with fighting Irish architect Colin Mulhern, who with his daughter Anne-Katrina, the only surviving traditional classical architect in Luxembourg now. So this is the sketch I got, and I was kind of stuck, you know, I mean, probably students of architecture, they remember this, you know, when I thought that I plastered my room with my project, that when I looked at my drawings, they were all the same. I was just redoing constantly the same thing without moving on and getting a solution. So I got Léon's. And so starting from this kind of sketch I got from Léon, I made this counter project to what was one of the numerous official proposals. One was more crabby and more awful than the other. So this is my project. Some early sketches, which I submitted for a competition, and it was considered totalitarian, like a totalitarian dystopia, by a jury which was composed of all the kind of important architectural pundits in Luxembourg. So starting with a square, and then I developed the master plan for the historical center in the city. Mircea Eliade famously wrote that every creation starts from a center. So beginning timidly with a small square, I revised and enlarged the following up on Léon's suggestion. I went later to draft the master plan for the historical center of my hometown. So you see, this is where I started. I have this kind of really iconic center, I mean, with these Schinkel figures, and inspired, as you probably see lightly, from the ideal city. And again, this is another picture of my counter project. That's my first version, and this is the official, the winning. That was the winning competition design on the right side for the same area. And so here also interesting. So my first iteration, elevation. So using the counter project and also the design as a way to learn. I have done this often, just redesigning things I designed just to correct myself. So going from a more rationalist kind of early project to my early attempts of kind of understanding the classical language. Although, as he wrote, the project in itself is analysis and synthesis. It is during the project that learning about the project occurs. Every project is a journey, and the journey itself is home. It is while designing that one learns about design. I often redesigned and corrected my project, even if they were built already. Tradition is not stasis, but the becoming, not a dead end or an abandoned train station, but a rewarding and serendipitous journey. Every day is a new day. It is not forbidden to love newness or otherness. This is my first, again, in the same area, developing for my counter project is my first building, social housing, also social housing. Very humble, very simple. Yeah, and then you have this futuristic or pseudo-futuristic designs, which led me to bring in a quote by Jorge Luis Borges: "The future is inevitable and precise, but it may not occur." And here I did my building, you see before, I just went over it, I made an improvement, I made a correction, and I replaced two buildings on the left which have been demolished, but I kind of just wanted them to revive them through a drawing, so through a type of capriccio, so travel in time. And this is a view of this first of my building, and Rita Wolf painting, capriccio also, which shows my building in a kind of context of my hometown with the church and the industrial kind of memory. Léon at his home, Belsize 60 Belsize Park Street in London, and his Evelyn School project. I visited Léon actually, so I invited him, but I didn't go at that time. One time I went, but then he wasn't at home. And then I kind of actually saw him in his flat, which he had refurbished and beautifully, all white and fantastic, with the monumental Steinway piano and airplanes hanging on the ceilings. I stayed there for 1 month with Léon's cat, sleeping on my lap, actually. And it's where I met also Dimitri Porphyrios. So in some way, kind of seeing how everything comes together, I met Dimitri Porphyrios there the first time. And the project we did together, Léon, with Maurice Culot, Berlin, competition, Südliche Friedrichstadt. We got the mention, and let me see. So these are drawings. I built actually the model with some students. It's the first model. I never built a model. I mean, I was 6 years in school. I never built a model. I mean, so just to tell you about my architecture studies. So yeah, when I went to Brussels, and Maurice told me, "Okay, Lucien, you're building the model." So I built the model. 1 to 500. It was fantastic. Yeah, so this is a project. I'm just going. So this is an exhibition project, a large exhibition project, 2,500 square meters in Amsterdam. So that was another collaboration we had with Léon and Colin Mulhern. Léon was always impressed by the Chicago World Fair, which led to the popular reappraisal of classical architecture in the United States, and ultimately to the City Beautiful movement. Let me move on here. So this was the exhibition. It was a huge exhibition. We had it in Amsterdam, Lisbon, Prague, and Antwerp, I think. And we built these huge structures. They were 10 meters high pavilions, magnificent, all designed by Léon. And you see also the kind of Léon's humor. This was the, where you bring your coat, the coat, the reception. You handed in your coat. Yeah, what an immense joy to share the company of both. Oh, that's me when I was a teenager, still a teenager. So it's Rob and Léon, and was just amazing to have both together. I mean, this absolutely fabulous pair. Maria, you know about the joy to kind of be around these two incredible minds. And then sitting on the pedestal, and I know that Léon, that was Léon's exhibition, but his brother was glowing with pride. Rob was so excited. And both Rob and Léon have left their home country early in their life. They were shunned and viciously fought all their life in Luxembourg, which is by a Philistine professional establishment. Now, I want to, I'm getting a little bit to the end, and I'm sorry it takes a little bit of time, because memories are sometimes a little bit, longer, surprisingly longer than, but I enjoy, sorry for creating so much trouble, okay. I enjoy looking back at Léon's earlier work. We have heard criticism here about modernism and copy and everything, but I enjoy looking back at this early work, which is full of poetry, and it's definitely inspired by modernism. And Léon wanted always to do a build exhibition in Luxembourg to teach the modernists how to do good modernism. He said, they do modernism, but they don't know how to do it well. So he wanted to, and he was rallying a number of architects. He said, Lucien, let's build a modern an exhibition place and show them how they can do it. And so it's full of wit, intelligence, elegance, and poetry. I think it would be sad to forget that and not to acknowledge it, because it's just part of a learning process. You know, you cannot just reject things because when you were like maybe 20 or 21, you kind of liked Gropius or you liked Kandinsky. You know, it's just part of, you know, the whole journey. It's part of the journey. Yeah, so I love, here, I mean, I don't know if I should read that, but I love Léon Krier. I don't know if I can read this in this kind of atmosphere when I say I love Léon Krier's early work the same way I love Matisse, Federico Fellini, Banana Yoshimoto, Jimi Hendrix, and Pergolesi. But, you know, because I'm kind of mixing a lot of wonderful people here from different periods. So I cannot but admire Léon Krier's impressive collection of early projects, drawings and sketches. They are vibrant, inventive, sometimes insolent and provocative, but each time clever and profound, demonstrating a superb graphical imaginative virtuosity and rare modern creativity, originality. Léon fought bravely on this journey of a hero, harvesting trophies of courage and resilience and leaving innumerable traces of distinguished beauty and poetics and accomplishes on his travel. The early Capricci, and this was before the constructivism. I mean, this was really before Zaha Hadid or Remkolas started using these tricks to create the architecture. You know, so all these kind of really imaginative. And then also this kind of process, you know, from the Despair of Janus, which he did together with Massimo Scolari, to the Villa Plinius. And rather than seeing this as kind of say, okay, you know, you cannot do, you know, just as an evolution, as a journey, you know, it's both part of the experience and the memory, and it leads to magnificent masterwork like that because it's all an accumulation of knowledge and expertise. Yeah, so here I'm kind of mentioning one of this last project. I think it's almost finished, and Notre Dame is now publishing the book. It's a book on Corbusier. And I don't remember exactly the title, but it's like Corbusier Revisited. And it's designed in the same fashion of the Œuvre Complète, so the horizontal format and the same layout kind of strategy. And what I thought, Léon, in some way caught up in a type of mimetic rivalry with one of his earliest heroes, Le Corbusier, which has been mentioned before. But Léon loved him and he admired him, Robespierre too. But I think he didn't have to kill him. He tamed it. He tamed him. So the book is called Corbusier Beyond Corbusier, Le Corbusier. And you see what he does with the Villa Savoie. So just kind of redesigns it, kind of sings it. And I had a discussion with one of my colleagues, said, you know, I think that Corbu, if he was alive, maybe he would have loved it. Because I think, you know, he would just say, Léon, you know, you're good, you're a genius. And here, you know, just to follow up on also what Irene said, this is one interview, late interview he did, I think a couple of years ago with a student, Claire Stein, where, you know, that was just shortly after the passing away of Rob Krier, and so the student talked to him, and it was a very moving interview. And Claire Stein asked him, what are the most difficult lessons you have learned in your career? What is the best advice you can offer to young architects? And Léon said that to love is more important than being loved. That love of your work is essential, not only to do beautiful buildings, but as importantly, to live a happy life. That love must command and not be commanded. May love command. So that was almost the end, but I just added some, sorry for that, I added au revoir, Léon, hasta luego, bon voyage, sayonara, Eddie. But I added some more projects where just to show that his work continues in my work and the work I do with my students. And recently, a work I did with Ambassador Dr. Fahad in Doha, for a new neighborhood in Doha, where we kind of follow the same principles, the same instincts and the same kind of ideals of beautiful, harmonious, mixed-use cities. Also, counter projects, just kind of really counter projects fire me always up because I always like to counter things. And this is an existing skyscraper, and the project by La Table Ronde, organized by La Table Ronde and Maurice Culot, was not to demolish the tower, but just to redesign it. So just to kind of make it part of the city. And another project is a project for also La Table Ronde during a summer school. A project I did with Victoria Schulz-Tuba is to fill in and create an urban square, again following the same principles of Léon. This is a competition project in Australia. So Doha, Brussels, other places, the United States, it's kind of the language, the vocabulary, and the methods are allowing in many, many places with sensibility and with kind of empathy to do a work which has a resonance with the local place, but also with time. So because for me, this idea of rejecting time is not a good idea, but making time a driving element like the zeitgeist is kind of wrong, but just eliminate it completely is as wrong even. Thank you so much. I think that's all. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucien, for this memory of Léon. It's very precious for us. I now invite Dr. Fahad bin Mohammed Al-Attiyah, who is, as you may have read, is a diplomat, ambassador to Russia, Estonia, of Qatar to Estonia, United Kingdom, Northern Ireland, but he is also an expert on food security, and he's the founder of the Caravane Earth Foundation, which supports local communities all over the world to promote social and ecological transformation. And he will present us the video interview of Léon, which his foundation produced in the summer school in Qatar in winter of 24-25, I think. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start by Pax sit vobiscum et misericordia Dii et benedictio eius. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace be upon you. I will share a statement by Spinoza. All ideas are in God, and insofar as they have reference to God, they are true and adequate. And therefore, none are inadequate or confused, save insofar as they have reference to the individual mind of anyone. This is my introduction. Now, going to my common friend and beloved friend, Léon Krier. My first encounter with Léon was in 2009. It was very intense, almost similar to the encounter that you had with him when you were 21. I met him at the margins of the Dreyhaus Architectural Award, and I was accompanying Abdel Wahid Al-Wakil, who apologizes for not being with us today. And I'm from Qatar, and we met in the lobby. Léon is a friend of Abdel Wahid, and the first thing he said, "Well, you're from Qatar?" I said, "Yes." And he went on about a project that Qatar is developing in Chelsea. He wasn't very happy about the architectural schemes that were developed by then Richard Rogers. And I was basically the person who got the brunt of the attack from Leon, since I'm the only Qatari in Chicago. So I said, okay, well, if you don't like the project, I think we can look into it. Not that I was representing anybody, but I just volunteered and I took initiative to complement the initiative that Leon took, because he was unhappy about the scheme, and he said the king is unhappy about the scheme, and we need to change it, and you need to go back to Qatar, and da-da-da. So I said, okay, fine. So I went back, and I wasn't quite sure whether he represented the views of the king truly. I wanted to verify. I worked at the time for the Crown Prince in Qatar, so I called a friend, a common friend of the king, and I said, can you really check what this gentleman I've met in Chicago called Leon said to me, that the king is unhappy about the project? And if so, confirm that to me. So a few days later, he rings me up and says, yes, actually the king is unhappy about the project. I said, okay. So I looked up the calendar of His Highness, and he was actually traveling to the UK a month later. And I rang up somebody in the palace and I said, can you arrange an afternoon tea between our head of state and the Prince of Wales? And the afternoon tea was arranged, and I said, well, now the king, now the Prince of Wales back then, has the opportunity to say whatever he wants to say about the project. And if it wasn't Leon, I would not have known about it, and if it wasn't that movement that followed, that afternoon tea would not have happened. And if it wasn't that afternoon tea, the project would not have been scrapped. The Emir left the palace, Clarence House, and scrapped the Chelsea Barracks project, that was designed by Richard Rogers. Ultimately, thanks to a call out, a shout by Leon. So that was an interesting story. And let me tell you, it wasn't cheap. It costed Qatar and Leon, Leon caused this in a good way, £85 million in losses and damages that we had to pay just to cancel the project, because it was a massive project. But it was worthwhile to do. And I think, as a Qatari, I feel proud that we did that, especially that the project was in Chelsea. And it's such a beautiful place. And I could not think that I was part of this wonderful, good act with Leon to put together something in Chelsea that stands today, and it's built, I think mostly built. There's still more to go. But it's not what it used to be. It's not what is conceived to be before, a horror of glass and steel. Thank goodness it is now something else. Certainly better than that scheme, and certainly in line with the overall look of Chelsea. But it's not built with traditional materials. I think it's built with concrete and steel and cladded with, it's proportionate to traditional forms, which is great, the least could say. So that's my encounter with Leon. I'm a policy guy. My background is a mixed background of military, law, culture. I got interested in architecture because I lived in a rural area in Doha, and my life started to change when I saw these monstrous machines coming and digging up everything that I remembered as a child around me, especially these shrubs. And I was quite upset about the natural changes that happened due to urbanism, but I could not challenge it because I did not have any knowledge. All I was told, this is progressive and you have to accept it, full stop. I said, wow, this is modernity. The label of modernity is progress, and you can't challenge progress if you're unintelligible, if you don't have the argument. So I just swallowed my anxiety and continued, but I did not accept the the label. And that took me on a journey to learn about everything related to urbanism and architecture, and that led me to a lecture in 2003 to meet Abdelwahid Al-Wakil. And that was the beginning of my life into this space of architecture and urbanism. And then subsequently I ended up working in the palace as a policy guy, but that stayed in my background. And I've always said that the built environment is crucial. So then I engaged, while I was doing my food security program, is how to connect the rural and the urban. It's just a long story. I don't want to bore you with it. And so when I reached 40, I decided, okay, maybe there's a certain limitation that my official job imposes upon me that stops me from doing what I think should be done in relation to traditional architecture and urbanism, in relation to agriculture, in relation to textiles, in relation to craftsmanship. But what can I do if these constraints are imposed by me being in an official role, and I'm still officially engaged by the government? So I decided to set up a foundation, and it's called Caravane Earth Foundation. And the foundation has 4 key thematic areas: the built environment, agriculture and food, textiles, and the creative and intellectual. The creative and intellectual covers everything from film, music, theater, art, applied art, design, literature, and poetry. That's the soft part of things. But these 3 hardcore things, built environment, food, textiles, it's things that we cannot live without. You can't live without shelter, you can't live without food, and you can't live without clothes. So if these are 3 needs, we need to make sure that they're harmonious and that they're good. So I decided to go on this journey through this foundation, and I'm very lucky to have built a network of friends and colleagues, all of you in this room, to build this community, global community, because modernism is a global disease. It's like COVID, and it requires a collective action, just like how the World Health Organization did in combating COVID. And unless we collectively come together to combat it, individually as well collectively, like in this context, we will not be successful, because it has created a state of paralysis in people, in policymakers, in educational institutions, in developers. We can't get out of it. I mean, it's like we're in a zoo. We're trapped by golden cages. And we need to break out. And we need to find the off-ramp to do so. I will speak just a few minutes longer, and then I will show you the film. So I often try to simplify things like Léon does. He does wonderfully how he simplifies these grand, complicated concepts to people. What are the types of architecture that we have today? And from my countless years of spending it with mentors like Léon and Abdelwahid and others, there are 3 types of architecture today. 2 is wrong and 1 is right. 1900, pre-1900, we had traditional architecture manifested differently in different jurisdictions: classical, Islamic, vernacular, etc. They're all traditional. Post-1900, we have the advent of modern. And the 3 things influenced modern: materials, steel and concrete, and cars, Ford, the assembly line, and 3, Otis, the elevator. And these created the 3 disproportionalities: the horizontal disproportionality with Ford, the vertical disproportionality with Otis, and the material development of steel and concrete that took proportions basically out of the window. And the whole, we've lost basically phi, we've lost the golden ratio because of that. Then fast forward 80 years down the line, people became sentimental and nostalgic, and they said, oh, listen, I mean, this modern architecture didn't give us anything. We have a crisis of identity all around the world, so let's do something. Then the new form of architecture came, which is pastiche, pseudo-traditional architecture, which is using the framework of modern concrete and steel and trying to make it look traditional. And that's the crisis that we have today. So I think pseudo-traditional architecture is giving a greater damage to traditional architecture than modern. At least with modern, we have a true contrast. Rome versus Houston. But when you confuse something in between, it becomes a disaster because it confuses the people. Okay, it confuses patrons, it confuses developers, it confuses everyone. Because it complies with regulations. See, that's the thing. That's the answer that you get. You know, we have to do modern materials because we need structures, we need this, we need that, and concrete and steel. And that's exactly why we have to do pseudo-traditional. And for me, this is a fallacy that needs to change ASAP. And we need to create this distinction clearly between traditional architecture, modern, and pseudo-traditional. These are three distinct forms of architecture. But let's, for a moment, say, what is traditional architecture? We talk about it, we assume we have a common definition of it, and I have tested a lot of people, and I found that many people have different interpretations of it. But let me give you mine. Maybe it will help. So for anything to be called traditional, three things have to be met. One, design principles have to emanate from the spiritual philosophy of the land, whether it's Christian, Jewish, Hindu, Buddhist, Muslim, whatever. But the design principles have to come from a spiritual philosophy that is annexed to revelation, strict scripture. Let's say in the Islamic context, design principles will be based out of this Islamic spiritual philosophy, which is annexed to the Quran as the source of revelation. Number two, it has to use locally, naturally sourced materials. Not iron ore that comes from Australia to be melted in South Africa, to be assembled in Germany, to build a building in England. That's the current value chain of modern architecture. The third thing, it has to be manifested by a craftsman and a mason. So the mason is the person that is imbued with these transcendental values. And it is through the mason that these spiritual values are manifested in the built environment. Okay? It's not something that we attach. It's the constraints within the mason, it's himself or herself, that prevents them from transgression against sacred orders when they're building a house or a temple or a public building, etc., etc. So if these three things are met in any building or any city, you can fairly call it traditional. You take one out of these three things, it becomes either modern or pseudo-traditional. On the modern side, it's built on the supremacy of the individual, therefore we have subjectivity. Therefore we have cacophony, chaos. And this chaos is born by the very nature of modernism itself, which puts the individual at the helm. And the individual is obviously, who replaced the divine, the sovereign God, has become a subjective being. And therefore we have the tyranny of the individual, who's forcing his or her subjectivity, not anymore in small private rooms like these where if I put a modern painting and I don't like it, I can put it in the attic. But if I put a building, how can I remove a building from my sight? It's there in front of me 24/7, okay? I can't hide it, I can't throw it somewhere. And that, for me, is a form of tyranny that we need to overcome. The tyranny of imposing subjectivity in the public realm. The public realm is an objective space, not a subjective space. In my room, in my house, I can do whatever. We can worship the devil. Okay. Outside, there is a common objective standard for which it has to be governed by the spiritual philosophy of the land. And if the spiritual philosophy of today is modernism, God help us. Okay. Because then you should expect to live under such tyranny of subjectivity forever, unless you uproot the subjective nature that governs basically our life, every facet of it, from how we establish our financial system, from how we establish our built environment, from how we establish our social governance, etc. Because it all comes from that very source, which is the the imposition of the individual as the source of all authority and as the source of all values, and that there is no authority or values that come beyond the individual. And for me, I don't want to live in a life like this. Aesthetics. Aesthetics is a consequence, it's not a value. Similar with beauty. Most people have a view that beauty is consequential. It's not a value, not a principle. It's consequence of two things. Truth plus goodness equals beauty. This is the formula. Because if you have a true stone or brick, and your process of achieving a building is through the craftsman and the mason, you're almost certain that you're going to get something beautiful. Whether it's a peasant's house or a palace, whether it's a cathedral or a small chapel. So if you're using real material, stone, brick, mud, wood, and these are real, they're not fake plastic. You know, now we have fake parquets, fake marble, fake tiles, okay? And for me, that is not truthful when you start using fake materials that mimic the real material. When the process is done by a contractor, by pouring concrete, that's not the process is related to goodness. The truth is related to the intrinsic qualities of the matter that we're dealing with. So if you combine good process with intrinsic, truthful matter, you get beauty all the time, every time, anywhere around the world. So our obsession with beauty should be really an obsession with truthfulness and goodness in the process, in order for you to get beauty all the time, everywhere. Okay. Because why is beauty is the process of truth and goodness? Because it follows the laws of geometry, phi. And it goes without saying, you know, you can't build using traditional materials with the mason if you are not following the intrinsic laws imposed by the matter. And that therefore gives you the symbiotic correlation with God's creation, which is beautiful in nature. The road forward, ban industrial material. If I was governor of a new city, I'll say, I will reduce the regulations that we have, which is this thick everywhere, to basically one page, half a paragraph. I wrote them here in 3 points. If I was the urban planner or regulator of any city, I will ban industrial materials. I will say all the materials that you have is only natural, locally sourced materials. 2, I will ban car-based urban scale. The scaling of cities will be replaced with human scale. I will ban elevators. No elevators, because all cities have been built without elevators. You can factor elevators later on, but generally speaking, most of there's human disposition, the biological human disposition throughout history determined the height of buildings where people live. Not the spiritual, it's the biological. People built church spires, people built mosque minarets that are very high. Look at Köln in Germany. How high is the church spire? You look at many mosques around the Muslim world, they built high. But why nobody lived in these high spires? Why nobody lived in these big minarets? Because we're not biologically disposed to live there. And the level, and that's why all civilizations around the world have somewhat arrived at a certain height between 1 ground to 7 floors in Paris to be the level of which people can live. And that is linked to what? To the biological disposition of humanity. We can go up to 7 flights comfortably. But then the elevator came and said, oh, now you can live in floor number 100 in New York. And I think that is a disaster. So if you ban that, you will end up with beautiful cities. And then train master masons to be your future builders. Sorry, not architects. Because the actual profession of architecture is made for the Industrial Revolution. Pre-Industrial Revolution, it was the master mason. The master mason knew how to build. This building is built by a master mason. Okay, conceived by a master mason, understood by a master mason, not by some architect who spent 5 years in a school without touching any traditional materials. Because the modern architect is trained to fabricate industrial materials that are made by industrialists. Okay, and so we need to reevaluate how we graduate architects if we want to build traditional cities. We need to train architects who are master masons. And of course, teach them also spiritual philosophy, so they understand the ethics that governs their profession. The film that you will see today is, I think, Irene, correct me if I'm wrong, the last interview that Léon did. The last filmed interview that Léon did. It was at the time when Léon was invited to design a project in Qatar and spent with Maria and many other wonderful friends. Time in Doha in a design charrette, and something came to me and said, I need to put Léon on a camera. And it was very spontaneous. And so I did. And the outcome is what you will see now. So I hope you enjoy it. Thank you very much.
I grew up in Luxembourg City. My father was a craftsman, working for the bishop and the priests, and also common humans. My mother was a pianist, and we lived in a beautiful city. Luxembourg was an incredible masterpiece of architecture and planning. Luxembourg is divided by deep canyons. We lived on a boulevard which is beautiful. It's a spectacle every day. And my father was not an architect. I mean, he was an artisan. But he always filmed and photographed sunsets over the skyline of the city. And when we traveled, he always took us to beautiful places. And when I go now to Venice, I have exactly the same feeling of the same impression of really, enjoyment as I had when I was a child of 6, going to Venice or to Florence and so on. So it is something, because it's a universal language. It speaks to the eye, to proportion, and also to the heart. It doesn't need translation. There is no philosophic or temperamental contradiction between peasant building and monarchical castles or palaces. because the prince admires the simplicity of the stable, and the peasant loves the beauty of, when he has camera, takes a picture not of the stable but of the palace. So there is this common language around the world which was incredibly well established, that the beauty of structure unifies mankind. Luxembourg had been badly hit, the part of the country, by the Battle of the Bulge, the last battle of the Nazis. Hit the town and it was flattened. And one of our most beautiful towns, Echternach in Luxembourg, was destroyed by the American artillery. And while we grew up, this town was rebuilt. By 1953, a huge basilica. On Sunday, we would promenade and see what was new. Was rebuilding the old town. In fact, the town became more beautiful than it had been before. I left university because I wasn't taught anything. Worked for a very important architect in London. He had designed one building, which was incredibly interesting. With this single building, it was like a declaration, paradigmatic declaration of what relationship of form and type would be. It was an university building with laboratories, lecture rooms, office building, experimental workshops. And every part of the building was clearly expressed, readable and understandable at one stroke. But he thought he wouldn't engage discussion. He thought all his work was special. No, it wasn't. And so I learned that actually the best architect I most respected didn't know anything about architecture. I lived then in different countries, but got regularly news from Luxembourg, and saw how with every newspaper, every week there was a picture of a beautiful building, a beautiful tree, a beautiful river, a beautiful wall somewhere, which unfortunately had to be sacrificed to progress, because we cannot stop progress, so we have sacrificed our best things. But the worst was when I lived in Berlin, I got this paper saying, big headline, park or parking. So the town, all intelligent people, they had transformed the beautiful town center into a business center. And of course, business people, they don't live there, so they needed a big car park. They wanted to cut down the beautiful forest, the park around, which replaced the walls, the city walls. Take It Down was designed by a famous French garden designer in the 1850s, and replaced by a multi-level car park. So I got really alarmed and wrote an article, my first career, an article expressing criticism of contemporary urbanism and what should be done. And that is how I discovered, because of this philosopher, that territorial zoning is what destroys cities. Because his shortest definition is the collection of self-interested entities who need each other. And they need each other at close contact, so they can have daily profiting from each other. Historically, that's the way it was. So I said the most important thing is to counsel is zoning. They said, but zoning, that's the law, you can't counsel law. I said, but if the law is wrong, we have to counsel it. We have to get rid of this instrument which destroys cities. So I became very aware that a critique is not enough. Before I could do and study, I was invited to teach because I had by then published some projects. I was suddenly famous within like 3 months. I had like articles in 10 different journals. I had learned that from Sterling, how to publish. You select make short text and images which are really pregnant. I thought I'm getting to teach, and I knew nothing. The people I invited to teach my students about building type or form of cities, they knew nothing. So I saw I have to learn myself. And within 2 years, I had built a theory of architecture and urbanism, which was coherent, which is the one, actually, which was the old system which worked for centuries, and which one could still experience when you traveled to Florence or to Paris. So I published that very widely. I made exhibitions. But by that time, I wanted to really interfere. I had very strong contact with Maurice Culot, who was the director of the Cambre in Brussels, the most important architecture school. And we did counter projects because Brussels was being literally destroyed by modernist schemes, entire building blocks destroyed, replaced by ugly towers and so on. So with students, we did counter projects, how with the same mass of building, you could modulate it in such a way that the city is not destroyed. And that became also very political, because it started to interfere with the policy of European communities and so on. And the school was closed because the minister didn't like it. And we created a school of reconstruction of the European city with the best architects. Some of them became quite famous. And, but these most talented people, and with us teachers, they didn't get credit from the ministry. So the school had to be closed. And no, by that time, I had big projects in France, which I had won some competitions and some money. And Jean Nouvel was my first promoter in France, he and his wife. They got me a huge job for a big school in a new town, and I was too radical, so they refused it, so I gave up. So I started to refuse building because I said, I can only do architecture. I am an architect because I can do architecture because I don't build. And because I'm an architect, I do not build. The building situation is corrupt. And so corrupt that if you engage in the building situation, you get corrupted. And I started then another 10 years and I got into building. And I must say now, 30 years of building experience, I was right. Because the only building I'm really proud of is a house I built for myself in Florida, which is 100% the way I designed it. My grandparents were absolutely fantastically charming people and very artistic. My grandfather had been something with the rail railway companies around the country, and so he had a lot of time, and he painted and gardened. And so he encouraged my brother and my brothers and sisters to draw, not by telling us to draw, but because he did it. Through modernism, architecture became ideologized and an idiotic, sort of kind of an infantile conception of progress, because we have advanced more. We cannot go back. But then if you have that, you cannot speak, because grammar, experience, everything is of the past. So we are not cut from the past. And without that going always back to the past, you cannot communicate, you cannot build properly, you cannot build beautifully, you can't have intelligent action. Past is not over, as somebody said. In summary, traditional architecture is making structures with natural building materials. And it is using natural building materials which create a tectonic, a constructive tradition, where an error is self-destructive. Whereas with synthetic materials, which are liquid materials, whether it's steel or plastics or concrete, you can cast them in any shape, and you can even lie them on the back, and they still survive. So these liquid materials don't teach us how to build, whereas the brick, Louis Kahn is famous for saying that a brick wants to be an arch. Taught men how to make arches and how to make walls which are solid and so on. Whereas liquid materials don't teach, and that is why basically the form of architecture has been dumbed down to this kind of entertainment, which has reached levels of absurdity which are incomprehensible. The vernacular building is defined by the size, what a hand can hold, what the brick is defined by, or stone is by what one or two people can carry. And to bring back traditional building and traditional urbanism, which is even more serious, because by modernism, as far as town planning goes, has deconstructed cities, turned them, instead of being this complex of self-interest, needing daily and weekly contact, it has delocalized different housing, industry, storage, retail into vast geographic areas. And if you take down the use of fossil fuel energies, the system is finished. Modernism is suburban. Monofunctional, single function, vast geographic areas, and that is why it's important to go to rebuild the city also as a model, that it has to be not just a place for living. It's a collection of self-interest, a community of self-interest getting together because they can't live otherwise. They need each other. And the city has urban self-interest, which is strongly related to the country, which has self-interest, and each need each other. I mean, the peasants need the city, and the city needs the peasants to, to eat. The problem with humankind is that intelligence is a fragmentary quality. Every human being is intelligent in something, but also very stupid in most other things. That is why we need each other. So, for instance, the town we are building in Guatemala City, I was only able to convince the family who owned the land, who are also the builders and the providers. And I said, must no longer build gated communities, because it's a divisive, toxic form of building cities, which is going to militate different classes against each other and lead to incredible violence. I mean, this was 2003. And they took this, they accepted this, and they build now city quarter, which is really becoming like the most attractive part of Guatemala City. We are the same human creatures who need each other to be a collective, speak a common language, make beautiful buildings, and it is that making beauty which actually allows us to admire each other and for power to be respected. There is something between Stockholm and Rome and Paris and Spain and Isfahan, which is common to humankind, is building cities, making beautiful cities, which allow us to admire the Persians and the Persians to admire us. I remember as children we went driving to Switzerland, why do the poor French, they build such horrible buildings? While Luxembourg, the new buildings were still pleasant. And that's the responsibility, and that's why when Bertrand Russell, he had the Russell Tribunal in Stockholm to condemn American bombardment of Vietnam. So we had the Brussels Tribunal condemning architects for what they were doing. And the strongest punishment was to condemn architects to live in their own buildings. And it was unfair. So I published a series of articles which were called Private Virtue and Public Vice. Where do the modernists live? What do they build? And where do they retire? And all the famous, including Sterling, Rogers, Foster, they all live in classical buildings. It's difficult to imagine that a whole profession has gone the wrong way worldwide. The whole planet went wrong for a century. And so we are the first generation, because in every country you have people like Abdel Wahid or Hassan Fatih or Ongat Satrabandu in Thailand. In every country you have some people who resisted. They're everywhere, but they didn't dare publish because they were attacked by the profession. And so we are the first generation who dared say, there is a mistake, we have to change course, reconstruct European cities, not only physically, but also mentally, because there was a system which is now dead. And we shouldn't build dead cities which are incredibly wasteful. But there had been many people coming to the same conclusion, but they didn't have the instrument to express it. No. And now talking briefly about the administration, when Luxembourg was built its most beautiful extension in 1900, had become enormously rich because of steel industry, which we never saw. It was 20 kilometers away behind the hills. In the evening, the skies would go red, but we would never go there. That was the wealth of Luxembourg was being produced there. But we lived in it was called the good country. Beautiful landscape, beautiful trees, beautiful villages and cities. And so that wealth built not only a very interesting political fabric, but also a great architect who became friend of the prime minister, and he commissioned the famous German master plan to do the plan for this new Plateau Bourbon, was called. And he commissioned the best architects in Paris and Cologne and wherever to do the building. And it was a fantastic new city built next to the historic town. You had the most beautiful bridge in the world, 60 meters, 65-meter radius of an arch, the biggest stone bridge in the world. And that's where I grew up. So I thought, how was this possible? There was one architect, working friend of the prime minister. He commissioned architects. He would get these perfect plans from Paris. He said, okay, build it. There was no administration for building. There were virtually no regulations except a code written under Napoleon, but it had nothing to do with form. So it was 3, 4 people and architects who built this beautiful city. Now we need the King of England to want to build a town, and we take 30 years to do something which could have been done in a few months without administration. So in the past, let's say 1810, an architect, I saw examples in Bordeaux, fantastic building, 3 drawings for a fantastic building, because the craftsman knew how to interpret these drawings into solid fabric. And that is now the architects even have to tell you where to put the pipe, and they are responsible in 10 years if something goes wrong. The architects have become poor slaves of these ridiculous administrations. And that is what needs to be reformed. No, I think architecture and town planning, urbanism is one of the most fascinating jobs which exist in the world. I mean, compared to music, writing music. It's incredibly interesting to create places which people will feel all right. It's fascinating. Because with the line you decide how people live, good or bad, whether they live in a camp or in a beautiful town. It's a matter of design. And that is what is so important. When you are taught real architecture, you discover your talent and your skill, and you can flourish. You don't stop. It's like playing the piano. You don't stop because you are 65. I'm now 77. No, I'll do it to the end. Because it's a fantastic job.
For all the support that she has rendered to Leon and the splendid time that we've spent. I'd like to thank Ettore for inviting me here. I'd like to thank Luigi for hosting this conference. I'd like to thank Michael. I don't know, where's Michael? Somewhere here. If he's not, send him my greetings. Lucien, thank you very much for everything. Samantha, great to see you here. Samantha was part of the winter school in Qatar. I'd like to thank everyone who have contributed to this. Last but not least, let me also thank Ali Riza, who is the chairman of INTBAU, who has done, through INTBAU, wonders in spreading this all over the world. More to go, inshallah, and with greater strength. Thank you again for allowing me this opportunity to share this film with you, and I hope to do more. As Leon said, publishing is a key thing in getting awareness out there. And I hope that we will continue to do this with other architects, other planners, other developers, in order to get the message out, in order to beat the modernist for their narrative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fahad, and Irene also for this beautiful and poetic picture of Leon. Now we will have a very short, because we're running very late, but we will have a very short coffee break and we will attempt to be back here in 10 minutes, around 6 o'clock or thereabouts, optimistically. Thank you very much. So as we continue the session dedicated to the memory of Léon, I introduce our next guest, who is really our host, of course, and organizer of the conference, my friend and colleague Ettore Mazzola, who I've known for 30 years. We teach together at the University of Notre Dame. He's a great thinker in urban design and architect. And because we're running very late, and I have this luxury of being able to ask Ettore this, although it's very, very difficult because Ettore talks a lot. He talks a lot. I'm going to try and ask Ettore to talk a little bit less and be quick, if possible. But we'll see what happens. Okay. Thank you, Ettore.
I will. Generally, I talk a lot, not during the conferences, but I will try. I will do my best. Welcome, everybody, and thanks again. Thanks, Irene, for being with us. Obviously, thanks the Accademia Vivarium Novum to hosting for the third year this conference, which is the only one in Italy. It has been the only one in Italy to talk about this important issue of classical traditional urbanism, architecture and building techniques, etc. It's not a case if for 3 years we didn't receive any support by the Association of the Architects. So we are here in any case to give justice to the subject and obviously to commemorate the great figure of Léon Krier. My speech today is a vision that is already on the way to be implemented. As Professor Miraglia said at the beginning, we have we are here in Villa Falconieri, which is part of this program of the Accademia to create this campus of humanism, and is something that is involving many villas in the territory of Frascati. You might know that Frascati used to have at least 12 great villas where popes and cardinals from Rome used to spend their time, their holidays. The idea of the Accademia is to create this campus, bringing together many of these villas that have been separated and damaged by the bombing during Second World War. So in addition to Villa Falconieri, they have also the use of Villa Lucidi, which is in the territory of Monte Porzio Catone. It's a place, this is a famous view of the 18th century that is showing the territory of Monte Porzio Catone and shows where is located Villa Lucidi. Villa Lucidi was built by the Somascan, and it has been well documented since the 18th century, in the middle of the 18th century when it was built. And this map is very important because it shows what used to be the territory of the villa before being fragmented and divided as it is today. That includes also this site, which is Tavolacci, which is a site that is right outside of the main gate of the villa, and is a place where, in the spirit of this idea of the Accademia to recreate all the arts, all the classicism in all the arts, they already developed paintings, music, sculpture, poetry, philosophy. They want to have also architecture. These are images that are showing what was the image of the villa before the transformation that were made at the beginning of let's say after Second World War, with the transformation of the rustico that was adjacent to the original villa in a building that is a little bit out of context. The building has been used by the Comascan for their holidays, and at a certain point passed to the Ministry of Education. This is the very beginning of the end of the villa, which was really badly treated when the Accademia entered in the possession of the villa. They found some situation that was really dramatic. The buildings was in a very bad shape, really abandoned for many years, even if it was used, because it was the place where the computer that were controlling the schools of Italy used to be displayed. And this is a view of the 70s of last century that shows the villa roughly like it is today, with this extension instead of the former rustico, which is not very proper. But the worst thing they did was to dig the ground, opening a tunnel from the corner here to connect to a monster slab of concrete that was used as the computer center. Now this property has been divided. It still belonging to the same owner, but has been divided. The villa has been given to the Accademia, and the other side has been given to the Agenzia delle Entrate. So the present condition is this one, with this building which is landed there from another planet. And it's something that is a real problem. So when I was invited by the Accademia a few months ago, I go forward with additional images to show what is the present condition. And obviously this is the program of the Campus of Humanism of the Accademia that you can find online, with the message, really the mission in these short sentences is reported what is the very idea of the World Campus of Humanism. A few months ago, they asked me to redesign part of the villa. On the left side, you can see the images, how it used to be. And this is the project I envisioned to transform the villa, to give justice to this place, to be used as a new building of the Accademia. Actually, that is the place where they have a fantastic library, and they already have the entire collection microfilmed of the entire production of Leon Battista Alberti, just to give you some idea of the work they are already doing. So the idea was to use the building also as a place, since we were talking with the marvelous speakers that preceded me about the importance of changing something. The idea, and obviously working with the craftsmen to retrain people to do properly restoration, the idea was to use the building as a place to learn the way of building in a traditional manner, but also the place where the sculpture of the Accademia can display their production. So all these things have been conceived in this manner. There is also the proposal to transform this terrible corridor and room into a conference room, because among the many activities of the Accademia, there is also the promotion of many congress of many different subjects, obviously related with the idea of classicism. So you can see the building as it is, how I envision to transform. So last year, we had a meeting in Berlin where we launched the idea of creating the first European school for classical and traditional urbanism and architecture. We heard from the wonderful speech of Fahad the importance of changing and retraining people, and the importance of changing the way the administration are working. On the other hand, I need to be very honest also, not as an architect, but as a professor in a university, to recognize the very great responsibility of the schools, because the politicians are deeply believing in entrusting the counselor, the advisors, which are architects in this case if we talk about architecture and urbanism. And if the schools are constantly teaching a wrong way of doing, obviously those people in a very honest manner, they really believe that that is the way. So we need to change the way of teaching if we want to change the rest. So the idea was to create a school that is going to be the place where finally, after 80 years of sleeping with a lot of nightmares, we are now making possible the great change that consists, as if we remember what Léon was saying in his wonderful interview, if rules are wrong, we don't have to keep these rules. But if we want to change the rules, we need to change the mind of those that are conceiving the rules. And if we don't change the school, we never change those people. So the idea was to have some summer school to show what a program like this could produce. And obviously, in a 1 week, it's impossible to do a project that is a project for a city or a project for we don't know what. But we are here in Frascati. It's the Ville Tuscolane, since the ancient Republican time, have to be considered the place where the culture of Italy has developed. And this is the right place to restart. And if we're talking about Italy, we're talking about the entire world, because all the Western civilization, but also the Eastern civilization, because when the capital was moved from Rome to Constantinople, the culture, Byzantine and the Muslim culture, was the continuity of the seeds that were left by the Romans. So if everything was started here, probably the Colli Tuscolani are the best place where this could be restarted. So I wrote a syllabus for making this kind of great challenge with we had, because this is something I led together with Jonathan Weatherill, with José Cornelio da Silva, who was also a former professor at the University of Notre Dame. But the school covered many different other things, including a fantastic lecture on philosophy made by one of the professor of the Accademia, Ignazio Armeia. We had a lecture delivered by Alexandra Massini, professor of history of art, who made the presentation at Villa Mondragone. But we also had a wonderful lecture from Craig Hamilton and another one by the landscape designer Franco Brugo, and a wonderful workshop where our students learn the way of making fresco. If you're dealing with a villa, maybe you need to cover all the possible aspect of a villa. At the beginning, the idea was to work only here on the villa, but then talking to a local person, a botanicist, she asked, why don't you think about also the other side where we can make some farm? So like in the Caravane of Mr. Fahad, the idea among the arts, we include also the retraining of people in taking care about the farmland in a proper manner, producing organic food and producing organic jam and whatever you like, maybe would be great. Also because if we are thinking about the Roman villa, we are not thinking only about a villa for the pleasure, but it's also a place of production. So a proper villa has to include the parterre garden, has to include the production, has to include the nature, the bosco. And finally, they asked me, could you please take also in consideration the horrible view we have from Monte Porzio Catone of that place, which is disturbed by this UFO land there. So I say, yes, I like these challenges. And we use these 14 guinea pigs, and we have one of the wonderful students there, Jackie Wood, that was also a student of mine in the last academic year in Notre Dame. So we did this project, and the summer school was not only based on design. It was a 2 weeks program, but in this 2 weeks program, we tried to make in a very fast manner the experience we do with the University of Notre Dame when the students are invited to travel to Italy, spend one entire academic year in Italy in order to study directly on site and not from slide in a classroom, the beauty, the quality, the spirit, the sociological aspect of the life of Italy. So we made a series of field trips. We visited Villa Mondragone. We visited the marvelous Ninfeum of Bramante in Genazzano. We visited the Temple of Fortuna Primigenia in Palestrina. We visited Villa Parisi, a wonderful villa just down on the other side of the valley. We visited, obviously, Villa Adriana in Tivoli. We visited Villa d'Este in Tivoli, Villa Aldobrandini here in Frascati, Villa Lancellotti, and obviously Villa Falconieri. But among these things we did, and obviously, sorry, because I forgot this archaeological site of Tusculum, where it was the villa of Cicero. But in addition to this, as I said, we did also this marvelous workshop with the great master Leonid Yukin. You will see his work when we will visit the Villa Falconieri. In his workshop, he's actually making this immense painting of the Sala Europa. And our 14 students, and you have to consider that many of these were not students of architecture. Someone was a gardener, landscape designer, and something else. They converge on this project. We did only one project in 14 people, basically in only 1 week of work, and they did also these freschi. So the approach was to analyze the places, and as we heard also from the words of Irene about Leon, the use of a pencil, the use of pen, the use of paintbrush is something that allow us through the drawing, through the design, through the survey to absorb some language and transform it into a kind of part of our genetical code to work in continuity. So as I always say, in Notre Dame, we are not teaching a style, but we are teaching a methodology to understand and work in continuity with all the places in order to have the proper production of an architect that must be based on the idea of developing and reinforcing the identity of places, the sense of belonging. So we did this because this is what we would like to do with this new school. These are sketches, drawing made by our students, but there are also images that were not documented, like for instance, this typical use of the walls of Frascati and Monte Porzio Catone of having niches that are hosting these jars that are related with the activity of agriculture. This is a place of the production of the wine of the Castelli Romani and obviously olive oil. And so among the places we visited, they also documented with the photos spaces that were possible to be used as a model. We can't forget that in the ancient Roman villa, since the Republican time, used to be places that were named after famous places, sometimes even never visited. Villa Adriana is hosting a lot of buildings that had never been visited by Adrian before conceiving. Then he visited during all his journey. But many of these places were fantasy on the description that were arriving. So what's the problem in taking inspiration from places that are characterizing the ville rinascimentali of this region? So obviously Villa d'Este with more than 500 fountains gives a lot of suggestion, not only about a model, but also about the way you can create an architecture that is visible only when fountains are working. Pincing some fixture, you can shape the water. And many times you have this series of arches, vaults, fountains that are made with the simple shape of the water. Those things were documented by the student in order to think about what was possible. Then we worked, as I said, for 1 week intensively into Villa Lucidi to produce this project, and that the master plan, basically this is the site, this is what it was designed. It's something that if we take a look at some rendering we did, it looks something that is there. The coherence of the project with a perfect agricultural land, with the typical vineyard, a parterre, a very formal garden below the villa, the bosco, the other farmland with the olive grove that is existing, and the transformation of the monster that is actually used as a parking lot for both the function. It's something that could be definitely better than what it is, the view today. Every part of the villa in 1 week has been designed up to the level of producing the, this is a rendering that shows the main parterre with also this orchard with lemon, oranges, citron, basically. But every plan has been studied not only in terms of design, but as you can see, we made a botanical plan deciding what are the proper plants to be put in this garden to be realistic, because at the end you can't have in every place of the planet the same kind of plants. And thanks to the collaboration of many students, also students of landscape design, as I said, a gardener that is also selling plants, and the collaboration with the landscape designer Franco Brugo gave a wonderful lecture. We were able only in 1 week to produce this incredible work. This is the section of the parterre that shows also this idea of working with the typical grotto nymphea to mediate the level as in all the villas. This is a view of one of the main nymphea at the bottom of the villa. The building, the yellow figure here is the villa as it is today. This is the contro nympheo, coherently with the way of Renaissance and Baroque garden. And then we made some also renderings of starting from the drawings, from the watercolor. We also made a rendering to make it to appear as realistic as possible. We made also 2 versions of this nympheo, one more built up, one more green with a simple green wall, and the niches to display the statue of the sculpture of the Accademia. We designed the orchard. This is the parterre, the terrace that is mediating the level. There are roughly 8 meters of difference. This is the main part of as you can see, the lemon trees. And even in this case, we did some rendering to show how it would appear in real life. We change also the path, the entrance, imagining along the corridor in the edges to have a series of niches with the statues. That is, by the way, I have to give justice to Jackie, who did the drawing of that statue. And and so we designed the main parterre in front of the villa, which is a problem because below the villa there is another monster that is not that well known, and the view from the villa is not that beautiful as could be. So what you can do if you cannot change what is underneath? The lesson is the one of the walls of Frascati, where you have these niches that are hosting the jars. And in this case, you can see how a green wall with a series of niches with the statues and jars, it's something that is allowing the view of the sky, especially at the sunset, is marvelous. And it's not inviting to go and watch just below your feet, but you have this transparency that is giving the possibility to have a proper frame, a proper view getting out of the villa. In front of the villa, where is this terrace, where used to arrive the zigzag staircases coming from the bottom. Since it's not possible to recreate that, we propose to have this kind of kiosk, like an aviary, to create another sitting place. So these are the walls I was mentioning, and this is the rendering we did from that drawing to show what it could be the view. This is a view of the piazzale now. This was the drawing made by another student, and this is the rendering we did to show how it would appear. Even the villa was elaborated. As you can see, the extension today is very anonymous. With the simple addition of a series of cornices, it could be more respectful of the place. And we designed a secret garden on the other side of the villa to mediate the passage to the olive grove and the bosco above, and also solve the problem of the difference of level, introducing some long fountain inspired by the one of 500 fountains of Villa d'Este. So this is the plan that shows all these system of water that is mediating the passage to the upper story. This is an aerial view of the villa, how it would appear with the completion of the bridge on the other side to link to the olive grove. And this is the rendering we did, also proposing some roof garden that deserve to be there. So this is the very not pleasant way to approach the villa today, with also these fire stairs here that is really unhappy. And there is also this space at the back that looks not very good. The building in between used to be the chapel of the Sommascan that now has been transformed in other things. There is in the apse of the former church, there are bathrooms. And I made fun saying that is dedicated to sanitarian, obviously. And this is what could be the enter into the villa. This is watching from the inside to outside with the new staircase and the transformation of the tower of the transformer of electricity. This is the rendering made from that drawing. This is the view of the former chapel that is going to be transformed in 3 superimposed conference rooms. This is the rendering that was made from that drawing, where you can see on this side the fountain that is mediating the level. This is the Ninfeo at the back of the secret garden that is linking to the upper with this existing staircase brings up to the level of the olive grove. The olive grove is existing. We simply propose to have some path with a series of spaces to stop and to spend some time. These are quick watercolors made by the student to show how it would appear. This could be the view from there toward the city. These are the possible dry walls to link the different parts of the garden. And then there is another problem. As I told you, there is this underground passage that is passing under the villa to be connected to the monster. The monster will be obviously no longer part of this property, but the idea, in continuity with the project I developed for the ground floor, according to the intention of the Accademia, could be transformed into a galleria for exhibition, one more time for paintings, for sculpture. So we propose to change completely the space with some tunnel that is covered with a pergola, also to create a better front elevation on the path. And in each bay on the floor will be some glass that is capturing the light, and with a system of mirrors on a false vault can bring some light underneath, and the corridor could be used for the exhibition. And even in this case, you can see here how the corridor is, and this is our proposal to transforming it to a galleria for exhibition. This is the view from Monte Porzio Catone, where you can see this white slab, which is a serious problem. The idea was to work, as I like to remind, is a quotation of Frank Lloyd Wright, who used to say, a doctor can hide his mistake by burying his client. An architect can only suggest his client to buy ivy. And in this case, we decided to use green to mask it. So it was proposed to have some big pergola building for roses planted at different levels, and some green wall outside to transform the view of that monstrosity in something that could be probably more pleasant. The building has been designed in all possible details to understand how it would work. Even in this case, a botanical drawings have been done to decide what could be the rest of the terrace surrounding the building. We made, as I said, all the selection of the possible plan. And here you can see the wall that is masking the lower part, and this is the building we propose on top. This is the rendering that was produced from the drawing of the students. Even the parking has been changed. Well, it was proposed, obviously, to increase the vegetation to hide the cars, because obviously that is a function that we can't cancel, because this is far from Frascati and far from Monte Porzio Catone. The only way to get there is by a car until all the paths that were linking the villa will be reopened. In that case, in half an hour walk from Villa Falconieri, it's possible to arrive there passing through the corridor. So this is the not very pleasant view of the entrance of the parking lot. This is an ideal view in this case that was made by Bart, who collaborated with ours to this and was the expert of 3D rendering like this. He also made something having fun on this with this beautiful collection of cars that probably will be another dream. And so, as I said, we propose also this idea of working with a biodynamic farm on the other side. And this is the design that was made starting from what it is existing there, with a series of vineyard to be replanted, a series of olive grove to be replanted, but also to do something that could be also used when you have a conference in Villa Lucidi, crossing the street. You can have the place where you can taste what they can produce and they can cook there in a good manner. So this is the existing building that is there. This was a proposal to transform it, and even in this case, a rendering that shows in real images what it could be, with this terrace at the back for the restaurant, and this kind of piazzetta with the well, also because we propose to have the reservoir for the water, taking advantage of the sloping of the site to collect the water that is necessary for watering the garden. So this was the vineyard. This is rendering the drawing made by one of the students that shows the vineyard on the right side, and this is the portal that leads to the farm land, and this is the portal that brings to Villa Lucidi as it is now. It was proposed an edible forest and ecological border, even in this case with the selection of all the plants, and also some schematic drawing to show how the system of the reservoir could be created, also creating some pond that is important for this kind of activity. And these are a series of views that were made for the seating area that are proposed nearby the place, with this a kind of secluded garden with a series of seating area with some reflecting pool and the fountain of the Swan. This is another one adjacent to. It was proposed also some rosary and some rose garden with this fountain in the center, and with a cast iron or blacksmith work for the lamppost, because that is another problem to be taken in consideration. The entrance will be through this pergola with other plants like wisteria, like other kind of roses or jasmine. And then it was also proposed an olive press. There is the olive grove they are going to bring back in life. They already worked in the last month for pruning and saving all these forgotten olive trees. So the idea was to propose also an olive press, to have a real traditional manner of making olive press. So this is the proposal we made for the buildings, with the barn and the garage for the tractors. This is a view on the other side where is the pond, even in this case with the walls that are hosting the typical jar for collecting the olive oil. And this is the pond that was proposed. Then, as I said, we also proposed the transformation of the building, in this case the farmyard and the panoramic terrace. So this is the transformation of the building as it is, how it would be with this typical wisteria. This is the little farmyard with the well that is indicating the presence of the underground water, but is not to be used for collecting water, but simply to have some feature with the flowers on top, like it is happening in many farmyards in the region. And this could be the view of the terrace, which has this wonderful panoramic view toward the countryside below the town of Monte Porzio Catone. And basically, this is my thank you, but I would like to invite one of the artists that participated here to talk about her experience, because at the end, what is important if we are talking about schools is to have the feedback of our guinea pigs.
Okay, so Professor Mazzola already introduced me, but I'd like to introduce myself again. My name is Jackie Wood. I just finished off my third year of architecture with the University of Notre Dame, studying this past year in Rome. And I think that this summer school was an incredible opportunity to kind of build upon this incredible year that I got to experience in Rome this past year. The last project we did, where I was actually a student of Professor Mazzola for our studio class, was a villa design in the town of Mandela. So I thought that there were a lot of really nice skills that I was able to bring over from that last project and kind of carry through to this one. And specifically, I worked on the part of the design that you saw that was the very formal garden, including the parterre and the stairs system. And so I think that it was an incredible opportunity to collaborate with professionals, but also some international students who I became very close with that are kind of studying this newer sector of landscape architecture and bringing in the knowledge from both like horticulture and botany and architecture and combining the two. So overall, it was an incredible experience.
Thank you, Jake. The very last thing I would like to underline is why this way of teaching is important. It's important because in Italy, we have an incredible heritage, but this heritage is seriously exposed to great damages because of wrong restoration, wrong materials that are behaving extremely bad with ancient walls. So we need to build in a traditional manner, as Fahad was underlining, because that is the only way to teach the right way to restore. Today, there are people that are complaining because the cost of restoration apparently is very high. Maybe it's true. I'm working in restoration. Depends on who you are hiring for working. But it's on the other hand true that today, if you want to build an arch, you have maybe one person that can do it. But if the new buildings are going to build in that manner, you're going to have 100 people that are in competition to do that. So this means that changing the way of teaching, changing the way of building is also dropping the cost of maintenance, which means that if we think at sustainability, not only in terms of energy consumption, but in terms of social sustainability and economic sustainability, that could be taken in consideration only through the development of a local economy, we can have some world that is going to be much better than what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Ettore, for that illustration, and thank you for taking only 35 minutes and not an hour and a half, as I expected. I'm sorry, kidding. Now I've called our next friend, Dhiru Thadani. Dhiru is a renowned urban designer and architect who is known and worked with Léon Krier for many, many years. He is a founding charter member of the Congress for New Urbanism in the United States. He's written many books. He co-authored and co-edited Léon Krier's Architecture of Community in 2009. He wrote many volumes on the town of Seaside, which was designed, master planned by Léon Krier with DPZ, Duani Plata Zyberg. And he's also the recipient of the 2011 Seaside Prize. Dhiru.
Thank you. Let's see. So I'll correct Jonathan. I did not co-author the book with Léon Krier. Co-edited it with Peter, my professional partner, Peter Hetzel. You'll have to forgive my voice. I've had throat surgery not too long ago, and sometimes my voice drops in and out, so it's still in the healing process. So what I'm going to talk about is the early years when I first met Leo and his influence on new urbanism and the movement of the Congress for New Urbanism. So I've been fortunate to work on several books, and I know Ettore talked about this education, but several years ago, about 15 years ago, we got together at Windsor, the project in Florida in Vero Beach that Dhwani Play designed, and we brought 50 academics, multidisciplinary academics, to discuss 5 options for architectural education. How, if we had to start from scratch, how would we reform architectural education? And the Prince of Wales funded the publication, of that book, and apparently sent 400 copies to schools in Europe, which nobody paid any attention to, but nonetheless, they were out there. And it still keeps coming up occasionally as a reference that people look at those 5 different options, and one of them was a school that was based on craft and restoration, and that was promoted by the Cubans, so we had several Cuban architects there, and basically Havana has survived by neglect. So the restoration process was what they were most interested in, and they designed a curriculum that was based on restoration of the buildings in Havana. I've been fortunate that my book, The Language of Towns and Cities, was translated into Chinese, and that took me to China for many, many years. Leon's book, The Architecture Community, was also translated into Chinese, and this is just a collection of various books. I started off my career as with a terrible architectural education in a university that had third-rate modernists trying to teach architecture. And my whole education started really after I graduated from college and realized there was this entire world of theory that I had no knowledge about. First, through the teachings of Colin Rowe, and looking at figure ground diagrams of various places, and then later looking at people like Léon Krier and other, Christopher Alexandria and several other people. So I don't think you can have one without the other. They're both just as important. Both brothers have contributed greatly to the discourse of urban design and architectural practice. And they have both helped so many of us learn, get excited about architecture, continue to make drawings, research, and spoken about the value of pedestrian life. So I'm going to briefly talk about when Leo was very young, and Rob, they're 6 years apart. Rob was a student of architecture. He got a summer job to make drawings of the cathedral at Ames. And so Rob is off for the summer making these drawings, and Leo starts working on his own project in the attic, making a model of the cathedral at Ames. And it was at that moment when Rob comes back to Luxembourg, and his parents are very excited, and they say, look what Leo has made, you know. And he goes up to the attic and sees this beautiful model that Leo has made. And I think at that moment, Rob realized how much Leo admired him and wanted to be like him. And after that point, after that model, that experience, Rob took him under his wing and started teaching him more and more skill sets. So, as you all know, Leo went to school for 1 semester in Stuttgart at Rob's recommendation, and he left after a semester, sent his drawings to James Sterling, who hired him instantly by mail once he saw Leo's drawings. Leo made these drawings, but he actually improved them. And I remember as a student going to see these buildings in Oxford and Cambridge, the buildings of James Sterling, and they had so many things different in the built version. They weren't as good as the drawings. The drawings were much better representation, and according to Leo, James didn't care. He just said, fine, you're improving my designs, go ahead. So if you go through the book, you'll realize that there are many discrepancies between the built work or the working drawings of the office and this particular book. Now, this is the second edition. In the first edition of this book, Jim Sterling gives Leo direct credit for all the drawings excepting for 4. There were 4 drawings that were made by Goen, Jim Sterling's partner, but after they had a falling out, and Jim Sterling could not put forth a theory of what he was doing, in the second edition, he buries Leo's name among all the other employees, including Quinlan Terry, who worked in the same office. So let's get to America, 1980. 4 things happened in succession, 10 years apart. In 1950, after World War II, we got suburbia, and suddenly housing had decanted out of the city to the suburbs. In 1960, the shopping mall was invented in the US, and now you've taken all you've basically gutted Main Street and all the shops and retail. In 1970, the laws changed so that schools had to have playgrounds. So all the small urban schools in cities were empty because they didn't qualify by the Department of Education. So schools moved out to mega structures in suburbia. And then finally, in 1980, the office park was invented at the crossroads of highways. So you get these 4 elements of the city all moving out to the suburbs. And that's when the idea of new urbanism came about. What if we took all those 4 elements and brought them together in one cohesive plan? So the initial plan for Seaside was Robert Davis met these young architects who were in Architectonica, and they were doing these crazy buildings in Miami. And he hired them to do his new town. They were one group. Robert has the habit of hiring many architects to do the same project because he just likes the discourse of architecture and urbanism. So the first set of drawings were really based on Rem Koolhaas's idea. Here's the beach front. So you've got the beach houses, then you've got kind of quadrants here, 4 quadrants. There's a kind of little kind of retail conventional center, and then a kind of squiggly suburbia up there. Then there was another idea to take the road that ran horizontally through the site and move it up. But that was way too expensive. But here's where Leo comes in. Leo gives a lecture at the University of Miami in 1979 when this project was active in Architectonica's office. And Andreas goes home that night and draws this plan, makes this plan, which is the embryonic plan of Seaside, the first attempt, and completely influenced by Leo's lecture. Another side is that the lecture series, which is called the RATSI, the Rationalist Tour, was organized by Peter Eisenman, who wanted to bring European thinking, the rationalists, to America. So it was Eisenman who brought Leo and Rob and various other Scoleri and Maurice Collot, etc., to the States, and they had this kind of moving. Eisenman organized 8 schools of architecture, 8 architects from Europe, and they kind of moved between these schools giving lectures. Maurice and Leo met after six of these lectures. They met at an airport, and they said, to hell with this. It's just too tiring for too little money. No one understands what we're saying. The schools, don't appreciate us, so they just backed up and left and didn't do the last 2 lectures. But Leo, that's the 1979 drawing. Then there are multiple versions of that. And at some point, this is the model we built at Catholic University in 1983 of the entire town of Seaside. At that time, it wasn't an urban code or a form-based code. It was a set of written principles. There were 8 types, and each type had a series of must-dos. You must have 60% of the facade on the build-to line. You must have 60% of that facade as a porch, etc. So it was a series of codes, but prescriptive, not negative. At the same time, they send a plan to Leo in London, and he sends back this drawing, his version, as a critique of this Dwani Plato Cyberg plan. And you can see it's much more European, much denser pyramidal block buildings around there, denser buildings here, and then kind of fading away to townhouses and single-family houses. He also changes the plan of Seaside, had every street terminating at a pavilion at the end of the street. This side had already started construction, so on this side, what Leo did was he took the pedestrian streets back there and ended them in pavilions. So he thought the experience of actually walking down the mid-block walkways, which are now referred to as Krier walks, would be a much better way to get to the pavilion. In reality today, the way it is much better because the vegetation has grown, and you can only see the pavilion, briefly see the pavilions at the end of the street. If it was on the pedestrian corridor, you wouldn't see the pavilion at all. But the real aha moment for us was when Leo, along with that plan, the critique plan, sent this drawing, his Res Publica Economica Civitas drawing. And that was the real aha moment for all of us. We finally understood, what was missing in suburbia and why we just couldn't relate to that, the American landscape. He later, in 2008, while we were working on the book, changed the diagram and made it much more vernacular and sort of a strict grid. So if you look at the language that this drawing is in the Architecture of Community, it's quite different from that. And he signed it. He wanted to keep the same date, and I said, at least make some difference. So we reversed it, reversed the tone, so you understand that this is a different drawing from that one. This inspired me to go back and look at my own hometown of Bombay and start to identify all the civic structures in the fabric of Bombay city. So I took the tax maps, put them together. There was no such drawing of the city, and we took all the tax maps, put them together, and then made that drawing, and then picked out all the civic institutions. So now in 1989, the Prince of Wales talks to Leo about doing Poundbury, and he puts in his book, A Vision of Seaside, he puts the model, photographs of the model in his book as this is what's possible. And at one point they were still hesitant. The administration around the prince was still quite reticent about building a new town, this venture that the prince wants to do. And they invite Robert Davis and Andres Swanee to come and talk to them about Seaside. And the whole conversation is really whether Seaside would make money. That's all they wanted to hear. And Robert very definitively said, yes, I'm making a lot of money, which was not quite true at the time. But he convinced them that the proposition was, that it was a good investment and it would turn a tremendous profit over time. So there's a little snippet in one of my Seaside books about Andres recalling the story about going to the prince and all these administrators, and all they were interested was not in the looks, not in the beauty, nothing, just the financial. So in 1990, as young architects, a group of us had 3 different symposiums, annual symposiums at the Smithsonian Institute. And for the 3rd one, we invited Leon to come speak and made this little booklet. And here's the page that Leon contributed to. We asked him for his principles of urbanism at the time, and this is what he sent us, and it's still a great reference to look at. It's very simple, but things haven't changed in terms of his thought process over the years. It's kind of embodied in these 2 pages. We got our first project in India, our first town planning project, and inexperienced at doing town planning at a large scale, we worked with Duani Pleda Zyberg to do this project in Bangalore, which was the same acreage as Seaside, but 10 times the density. So Seaside has 357 houses. This was going to have 3,500 houses. And this is just one of the drawings from that workshop. Later, we got another project for the government to do TOD. There's a train station there, another proposed train station on the mainland, on New Bombay, across the river, across the creek. And what we did, learning from Leo, was we modeled all the civic institutions in 3D on this model. And back in 1966, Leo was in Washington giving a talk, and I was taking him back to the airport, and I shared these drawings with him, which made him really excited that we had actually taken his diagram and applied it to a real project. So you can see it's a low-rise project, and this is the train station square, and today some 250,000 people live here in relatively low-rise buildings. So along the way, this is a later image of Poundbury, but I started visiting in a whole series of Leon's projects. And it was, this is pre-2000. And, there was the Windsor Meeting Hall. Another absolutely magical moment when, at the inauguration of this building, Leo played the piano, and then Marie Laure joined him and sang, and it was absolutely magical to be there. He designed the building, and now he's actually opening the building with music. It was really a spectacular moment in time to be there. At that time, I approached him right after the meeting hall. I approached him and said, why don't you've done all these buildings in collaboration with other people. Why don't we do a book to show the buildings that you've actually realized. And it started off as a book called Drawing to Reality, which is the last chapter of the architecture community. So I started to collect all the buildings and drawings of Leo's that had actually been realized. And then with his help, he would say, talk to so-and-so here, talk to so-and-so here. I did something there. And I started to collect those images of the built work. So I proposed the book. Everyone was, Andres was excited, a lot of people were excited. And Leo was excited because he hadn't been published in a very long time. The fundamental mistake was the publication of the Albert Speer book, and no publisher would touch him at the time. And he was really frustrated about that. This is I'm kind of backtracking on this, but this is the house that he built for himself at Seaside on the insistence that Andres said you can actually build, and get it right. So Leo did not get paid for his consultancy on the Seaside plan, but he got a lot. Everyone who worked on the early years of Seaside got lots. And there's an interesting story about the whole Seaside plan was made by a group called the Night Crew, who would come into the DPZ office at night, work on the Seaside plan, and Liz, because Robert wasn't paying them, Liz would not give it an official job number. So it was this kind of night crew group that was working because Andres had convinced them that this was going to be a great project. So the night crew got a piece of land too. So did Liz and Andres, and I had a share there. And the night crew could not decide to sell the property, whereas Andres and Liz needed the money, and a couple of years later they sold the property. These Cubans and Colombians and all the South Americans who were part of the night crew just couldn't agree, so it just delayed the selling of their property for cash. And when they sold it for enough to pay off all their graduate studies. So it was very fruitful for the six of them for delaying the process and realizing a tremendous profit. So our first meeting for the book was in 2001, and it was, Robert Davis was very excited about this collaboration to do a book on Leo's built work. And he gave me and my family a house right behind Leo's house. And Leo was staying in one of the honeymoon cottages on the beach. And this was a meeting to kind of get the book going. But when we got there, we noticed that there was an addition being built to the house. By Robert Davis's sister had bought the property and hired another architect, a very good architect, Don Cooper, to do an addition to the building so that they could occupy the first floor. So we're in my place, and Leo comes over and he looks through the kitchen window and he sees all these piles of wood out there, and he just flips out. He just completely flips out that someone is adding to his masterpiece. So we walk over there and confront Robert's sister and her husband and said, what are you doing? Why are you doing this to my house? And they said, well, we want something on the first floor and want to be able to live in our old age. And he said, why don't you contact me? And they said, well, we thought you'd be too expensive. And then Leo replied, he said, I will do the entire renovation for you for free, no charges, but you will have to correct all the mistakes the first builder made to my standards. And they agreed to it. So they totally fixed every piece of molding. The roof, the metal roofs all now were symmetrically aligned on the roofs, etc. and this is the edition. This piece is the edition, and it goes through there. So that's the original house, and then that piece was added on. So along the way, while working on the book, Lucien Steil invited me to Weatherill, to the school in Portugal, to give a talk, and I mentioned that I was going there to Leo. And he just had so much knowledge of all these places or people in every city. And he would say, you got to go see these guys. And so he introduced me to Antonio and Alberto, two architectural partners, that he had done this museum restoration of Greek Romanesque buildings in Portugal. This is a center in Sintra. And he had really taken his idea of the plan that had been submitted to the museum director was one building sitting on top of the hill. And then Leo joins up with Antonio and Alberto, and they blow up the plan into a series of archetypal buildings. So the library, the auditorium, the workshop where they clean before the materials are brought in. And so it was really the kind of synthesis of his ideas of not building a huge building, but really building a series of small buildings, a little village. And you can see the figure ground there of all the public spaces. And here it is. Classrooms, it's working as a really beautiful little place. And these were taken on a Sunday, but I've been there since, and it's full of people and really, nooks and crannies where people can congregate. He also, during that time, started his house in Uzès, and I'll say that drawing of the exterior of Uzès, a house in Uzès, was made at my house while we were working on the book. And I just want to point out a couple things, because I don't know if many people have been to this house. But as you enter the front door, you enter through this archway. You come in, there's this curve wall, which is the utility room, another little archway here. Then you turn right and you go in, there's an archway to the stairs, another archway to the dining room. And then the elevator is there with another form. And here's a view of the staircase, which was built 3 times because they couldn't get it correct. He tore it, every time he would go back, it was incorrect, and he'd have it torn down. And then this is a view back from the dining room to the entrance. And there's the view of the living room, and one of his pianos is still there, and the dining room. When he was working on the house, and we were working, and I was seeing this room, I said, shouldn't all these arches have the same spring line, to kind of tie it all together? And he said, absolutely not. So here you've got 6 arches, all different, all with different spring lines. And when you're in the space, it just works fine. And this idea of the vernacular mind and not being strictly slavish to the spring line or pure geometry, this was a really great example. Andres Duani now owns the house. And this was finished, the School of Architecture. And again, like Corbusier, doctored a lot of the images in the Oeuvres Complets. If you go to look at the Oeuvres Complets, you'll see that Corb, with a white pen, accentuated particular photographs and fixed them the way he wanted them. Took things out of the photographs, but in a very clumsy way. He didn't have Photoshop, so it was usually with white out and black ink. And these photographs, which appear in the architecture community, are highly doctored. Leo would sit next to me. At that time, he wasn't as He didn't really work with Photoshop. Later he learned and became a master of Photoshop. But at this point in 2005, 2006, I was doctoring these images. So, various arches like that weren't deep enough, were not done deep enough, and so we added extra shadow lines. Just a lot of, in all the buildings, there were lots of things added to how he had drawn them and to get the shadow lines that he really wanted. So we traveled to Costa Rica. I had a project there for a new town, and at some point I convinced the developers to bring in Leo to do 2 buildings, a market building and a bus stop, and a little concession, and share those drawings with you. So these are some of Leo's drawings of the market building and the bus stop. And then, of course, he wanted to put a tower in, so he also drew some towers. We also traveled to Chandigarh extensively through India, only looking at modern buildings. So the joke was that Peter Eisman would travel and look at historic buildings, and Leo would travel and look at modern buildings. And it was generally, I think we must have seen at least 25 Corbusier buildings in those 10 years that we went to. And he always seemed to really enjoy being there, had a lot of fun, you can see, and also noticed certain things in those buildings, mastery of certain things that Korb could do that just drove him insane, because when you're there experiencing the building, you actually do all of you know Chandigarh at all, or the idea of Chandigarh, the master plan? But there's a courthouse, and then far in the distance is the assembly building. The courthouse has these 3 large pylons and a ramp, okay, and you're walking up the ramp. The pylons are blue, yellow, red, but very faded, extremely faded colors. In the distance is the assembly hall, okay, at least more than 600 meters away. And the door of the assembly hall has those same 3 colors. It's a pivoting door, 50 feet by 50 feet. It has the same colors in there, but bright. So when you see it from 600 meters away, the space completely collapses because you think that the assembly building is right next to the pylons. So this incredible vast space is suddenly brought to a very intimate scale. There were things like that you could only learn about if you were actually experiencing this, you were actually there and seeing it. And this is the drawing he made. This is on top of the Secretariat. There's the assembly building, and then the next day, while we were there, he produced this drawing. And this obsession with Corbusier continued, where he had to, and I'll say that Richard Johns, who teaches at University of Miami, is doing a book on Leo prior to 1980, and has incredible research on this relationship between Leo's drawings and Corbusier's drawings. And he's given a few lectures on it, so I don't want to show his slides, but look out for this book. It's absolutely amazing to get into the insight of Leo and what his obsessions with Corbusier was, and then how he beheads. In one of the drawings, he beheads Corbusier and carries him on a tray. And it's a portrait of Corbusier, but rotated on a tray, like he's killed the master. Finally, Leo was very afraid of the internet when it first came out. So when he got his first account, he got it under a pseudonym. John O'Brien. And here I'm trying to explain to the University of Miami that John O'Brien and Léon Krier are the same person, because the mail would come from John O'Brien. He didn't want anyone to know that he was, he just had this fear of the internet. He later got over that, but a few years later, I was working on a DPC project in Haymount in Virginia, and I loved this project, the San Quentin school that Leo had done. And he always talked about the school as something that was, dear to his heart and never realized. So when we were working on the project, I put the San Quentin school in one of the blocks and mentioned to the developer, this is, from Léon Krier's, one of his unbuilt projects. And that I was able to convince the developer to hire Leo. And then we worked on a school for 500 students to grow to, 400 plus students. 4,000 students in Virginia, in this township. So here he is, we're celebrating his birthday at the office. And at that time, I was a partner at A.S. St. Gross. And Leo was, between 2008 and 2010, 9-10, he was in Washington a lot. He always stayed with us when he was teaching at Yale. And so in the spring semester when he was teaching at Yale, he'd be at our place and then he'd take the train up to Yale for 3 days and come back. So we had a lot of FaceTime together. And he also saw that's actually my son, at about 9 years old. And he saw my kids grow up and became very fond of the kids. And in fact, when we did a charrette in 2023, just kept asking questions about the kids. But here he is with our team. And then that was the school. We wanted the school to be up in different forms and connected by arcades. But we could only have arcades if they were enclosed. So there was this battle with the school board about how we could actually build the school. So that brings me towards the end. This was the reprint of the Spear book. In 2002, this book comes out, and I think it was pure desperation on Leo's part to hand over all the drawings to Papadakis' daughter, Andrea, and she pretty much made this book, which he was very disappointed with. So that was another kind of step of doing a new book. And then instead of just doing a book called Drawings to Reality, the idea came up, let's do a whole book on his theory, on all his theories. So what Peter Hetzel and myself did was we organized all his text, and we modified some of the language to make it more accessible to your American audience who might not understand some of the references. Leo was very begrudging of any changes to his text. And it was only over time that we were able to convince him, and also sending out the text to multiple publishers who all rejected it, just did not want to touch Leo, a publication by Leo. Finally, we went to Island Press, which is a nonprofit environmental press, and convinced them that building cities was environmentally sound and they should support the idea of building small towns and cities as the only viable form of human habitation in the future. So we had to add words like sustainability and green and a few little things here and there, which Leo really objected to. But after we sent them the first draft and they approved the first draft, we took all those words out because Leo insisted that he didn't want much of that greening stuff in there. But anyway, we got the book published, and unfortunately, they published in America, and the book had grown from 120, 150 pages to 300 plus pages. And the press, the Island Press got it printed by the people who print the yellow pages, if you know what the yellow pages are, really thin paper, and it was recyclable paper, but it was just terrible quality, which really upset. And they didn't really play by the rules in the end. The idea was that the book should be able to fit into your pocket. Leo wanted it horizontal like a core book, but then later we convinced him to do it as a Bible. So the layout is based on the Gutenberg Bible. And in Corbusier's Oeuvres Complets, in the first volume, 70% of the photographs in the Oeuvres Complets are diptychs, meaning shallow space and deep space. And if you go back and look at the first Oeuvres Complets by Korb, you'll see the way the photographs are taken, and sometimes Korb would draw a white line between the deep space and shallow space. So we looked at that constantly for reference, and then this very generous border comes from the Gutenberg Bible, and every page is composed that we had to sit there together and work out the quality of the images. There was a lot of care taken in doing it, and unfortunately it doesn't come through in the cheap printing, but which really disappointed him and me. But you can see that every page has this kind of diptych idea, no frame, etc. And sometimes, black there and, frame there, picture frame. So if you take the chance to go through the book, you'll see that every single page is composed in a particular way, following a certain set of rules. In 2010, in 2009, Rob and Leo met. They hadn't spoken in quite a while, and they met at Cape Martin at Corbusier's little cabin up, overlooking the ocean, and sort of kind of worked out some of the differences and talked about doing lecturing together. And we put this lecture series together that started, I forget where, but it was a 3.5-week tour of America. The three of us spoke, and it was just, Maria played a big part in it in Guatemala, and that was, it was just an incredible experience for all of us, learning from each other. So that was 2010. 2010, I became the default town architect of Seaside. Robert had not been happy about how things had been going, so he brought me in, and I pretty much moved to Seaside for 6 months out of the year. And the issue of the tower came up, and I will say that, Leo did multiple towers designs for Seaside. He always joked about designing towers in this project, knowing they wouldn't get built. So in a negotiation, he would give up the tower to get something else built. And I will say that in the end, when I look back at the tower, I negotiated a deal with the restaurant who wanted to buy property in Seaside, and Robert agreed to sell him this piece of property. Seaside, by the way, is worth $100,000 for 1 foot of Seaside, of beachfront. So we sold 150 feet for $15 million. Okay, that's the value today. It's incredible what the escalation in value has been. It has increased in value 20% every year since up to 2020, at 20% compounded. So if you bought a lot there, in the early years for $15,000, $25,000 or whatever, it's selling now for $2 million as a tear down. So it's incredibly successful. So we negotiated this deal, and Robert now was flush with cash, and he decided to build a tower. And we got a bid. Ty Noon, who was actually the town architect, worked with Leo and did a set of working drawings. We got a bid back at $1.8 million, and it was all set. And then Leo we talked to Leo, and he said, no, I don't want this tower to be built. And in a way, I think he sabotaged the tower indirectly, because he went back and redesigned the tower 3 times, delaying this whole process. And then when the new design was bid a year later, it came in at $3.8 million. And Robert was just not willing to spend that. And I think the chances of the tower ever being built is now gone, because Robert's given up control to his son, and his son's really not interested in spending that kind of money. In 23, we worked together on a university project, the University of Austin, and it's an anti-woke university, where it's a new school funded by tech billionaires in Austin. And it's an interesting story. The person who hired us, hired me, had an inferiority complex to his wife. He had been plucked out of Stanford when he was a third-year student, gone on to start PayPal and a bunch of other companies with Elon Musk. And when he got married, his wife was highly educated. And he realized that he knew nothing about music, literature, any of those things. So he wanted to build a university that would teach the classics and kind of a core curriculum for the first 3 years, and then, you go on to graduate school. And the university would not have any amenities. All the amenities would be provided by third parties. So the restaurants, the gym, etc., were all third-party ventures. So this is actually the street in Mallorca, same dimension, that one there, and then the various quadrants. And here's some images of kind of a Texas Spanish colonial. And that's it. In 2025, I got some correspondence from Leo when he found out through Andres that I had bought this building in Uzes, the town that he had discovered. And so he sent me some nice notes about, the first time we had been there, which was in 2004. And when I went to visit the site, the town and his building site with him, I was so enamored by this town and just thinking this would be such a great place to live. And so when I finally purchased the property, it's still being renovated. Leo sent me some very nice notes about this cycle of life coming back, that I'd seen it with him, and now I'd bought a property to live there. So thank you.